Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, online viewers, to our dedicated ZANECO family, Zamboanga del Norte, a pleasant afternoon to each one of you. Today, we gather for the Energy Forum of 2024, held here at the Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperative Member Consumer Owners Building, Sky Hall. To our member consumer owners at home and to those who would like to witness this forum, we are also live via Facebook. Just kindly check our official Facebook page, ZANECO Incorporated. I am your host, Carl Cordelia, and I'm thrilled to guide you through this enlightening event. We are about to embark on a journey of knowledge, innovation, and empowerment as we explore the theme, Empowering Tomorrow, a platform for a secure, innovative, and sustainable energy future. Let us now dive into our opening program, starting with the heart-swelling strains of the Philippine National Anthem, followed by a moment of invocation. Let the melody and prayer set the tone for this enlightening journey we are about to embark on. And then, let us listen to the harmonious tones of the NEA, Zanorte, and ZANECO hymns.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Let me stay.
You may now take your seats. Sorry for that quite long presentation for our preliminaries, but we have to do it anyway. Once again, good afternoon to everyone, especially to our GM, to our guest speakers, to our big load consumers, stakeholders, and to our neighboring cooperatives. Thank you so much for sparing us your time to witness this year's Energy Forum of 2024. So, you just sit back, relax, and enjoy. But before we proceed, let us first know and read our forum house rules. Can we show it on our screens, please? So these are the ZANECO Energy Forum house rules. Please be reminded of the following. Participants are expected to be on time. Participants must register and sign the attendance sheet. I hope you already have. Participants are requested to sit at their assigned areas. Kits are provided to all participants. Questions will be entertained after all presentations have delivered their topic. And the participants are allowed to speak only when recognized. We have to respect others. Do not leave your valuable things unattended. Turn cell phones on mute mode during the forum, please. Do turn them off. Smoking and drinking liquor inside the room with the ZANECO premises is strictly prohibited. Loitering outside is prohibited. Observe courtesy. Keep your surroundings clean and clean as you go. Well, now to set the stage for our energy forum, let us welcome one of the key players of our ZANECO Board of Directors. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to ZANECO Board Secretary, Director Jonah C. Briones, for her welcome remarks. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon to everyone. First of all, please allow me to acknowledge important persons and guests today. Our ERC Commissioner, Attorney Alexis Lumbatan, sir. Former ERC Commissioner, Attorney Josefina Patricia Magpali Asiret, ma'am. Our Alson's Power Vice President for Legal and Regulatory Compliance, Attorney Lumen P. Balboa. To our ZANECO General Manager, our very own Attorney Jordan Chan Antonio. And of course to my co-board of directors, headed by Board President Armando A. Biliganio. And we have also here participants coming from different LGUs of Zamboanga del Norte. And we also have the neighboring cooperative. We have Moelsi 1, Samselco, Samsoreco 2. And we have also Big Loads with their representatives, Dakak Park and Beach Resorts, Lee Plaza, City Mall, Dipolog Coconut Oil Mill Incorporated, and Petra Cement. I would also like to recognize representatives coming from Governor's Office and Congressional District 1, 2, and 3. And we also have here our stakeholders, Bulwagan ng Katarungan, Dipolog Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Metro Dipolog Philippine Chinese Chamber and Commerce Incorporated. And of course, to those who are viewing from Facebook Live and YouTube, good afternoon once again. Today is an extraordinary day for the entire franchise of ZANECO, as these speakers who are very busy in their work schedules really find time to just be here with us to discuss matters that are very helpful to us member consumer owners of ZANECO. We are very blessed and honored to hear their brilliant insights which ZANECO can benefit at the end of the day, and for us to fully understand how ZANECO is being operated, especially that we are in good hands under the management of GM Jordan. My salute, GM. Again, this serves as a remarkable history that among those knowledgeable persons are here today to discuss with the following the impact of using renewable energy, understanding of Lifeline Rate Program, and impact of ARCOA and WESIM to ZANECO power system, and the incoming projects of ZANECO and impacts in our power system. This will help enlighten our MCOs, their role in the cooperative. Let us go hand in hand in achieving our goals to pay our bills with low power rate, to use renewable energy to preserve the beauty of nature, and let everyone enjoy the light in every household. So finally, the ZANECO, who's growing bigger and bigger, knowing we are a mega large cooperative with 200,973 member consumer and counting, comprising 10 districts in the entire franchise, help me in welcoming you all in a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity Energy Forum program with the theme Empowering Tomorrow, a platform for secure, innovative, and sustainable energy future. Thank you.
Thank you to our beautiful ZANECO Board Secretary, Director Joanna C. Briones. And at this time, we are very much honored to hear a message from the Administrator of the National Electrification Administration, Mr. Antonio Mariano Nani C. Almeida. Please watch this.
It is with great pleasure that I want to congratulate the people behind in putting this Power Forum into motion, starting with ERC Commissioner, my good friend Alexis Lumbatan, former Commissioner, ERC Commissioner, also good friend Atty. Aina Salit, of course, General Manager Jordan, Chan Antonio, and employees of Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperative, the Power Gencos, the local government units officials present, and of course the big load consumers and the stakeholders of ZANECO. You know, this kind of forum is something we can depend on. And NEA, for that matter, is very much concerned about the power situation and delivery of service by the co-ops in your respective areas. Through this forum, I am sure and confident the wisdom and expertise of the likes of Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan and former Commissioner Aina Salit. This will serve as a guide for both ZANECO, the Power Gencos, the LGUs, and the stakeholders, the big consumers, in effective collaboration on how to better bring the much-needed progress and development in Zamboanga del Norte. Muli, ang aking lubos na pasalamat sa inyong pagtitipon-tipon. I'm looking forward and I'm expecting a big result of this exchange of ideas tonight. Again, in closing, I want to congratulate everyone. Mabuhay po kayong lahat.
Admin. Once again, thank you, Admin. That was the Administrator of the National Electrification Administration, Mr. Antonio Mariano Nani C. Almeida. Now, as we delve into the intricacies of the power sector, once again, let us turn our attention to the LED board for a compelling video presentation that will unravel the intricate landscape of the power sector. Ladies and gentlemen, please watch this.
Power sector. We have 4 power sectors: generation, transmission, distribution, and utilization. So where do you think ZANECO falls? ZANECO is in the distribution sector. We do not produce or make power. We only distribute electricity. So first, let us tackle with the generation. So they are the ones who make power. They are also called the power suppliers or power generators. In ZANECO, we have 4 power suppliers, namely TSI, PISAM, SEC, and GNPK. TSI, or the Thermosouth Incorporated, it is a coal type of plant. Next is the power sector, assets and liabilities management. It is a mix, coal and hydro power supplier. Next is SEC, or the Sarangani Energy Corporation. It is a coal type of plant. And lastly, the GNPK, or the GN Power Kauswagan Corporation. It is a coal type of plant. Aside from the bilateral power suppliers, ZANECO sourced additional supply from WESM, or the wholesale electricity spot market, which is an avenue for buy and sell of power in the electric industry. These are the examples or pictures of power plants. This is a hydropower plant located at Iligan City. And this is what we can see inside a hydropower plant. Next is a geothermal power plant located at Davao. And this is a solar power plant in Baez City, Negros. A power barge located at Nasipit, Agusan del Norte. And this is a windmill at Ilocos Norte. Now let's go with the transmission. Earlier, we started with the generation. So from the generators, the power supply goes to the transmission line. Of course, magbayad ta sa atong mga agianan sa linya sa kuryente. Gikan sa atong power suppliers, padulong sa distribution or sa ZANECO. So unsa man ni ang ato ang agianan sa kuryente? Kini siya ang NGCP or the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines. So now from the NGCP's transmission line, the power then reaches the distribution, which is us, ZANECO. Buanga del Norte Electric Cooperative Incorporated is a non-stock, non-profit electric cooperative organized and registered on August 23, 1972 with the National Electrification Administration or NEA with 21 municipalities and 2 cities that are energized, namely Dipolog City, Dapitan City, Rizal, Sibutad, La Libertad, Pinian, Mutya, Polanco, Sergio Osmeña, Katipunan, Rojas, Manukan, Jose Dalman, Sindangan, Shayan, Leon B. Postigo, Salog, Gudod, Liloy, Tampilisan, Labason, Gutalak, and Kalawit. So ZANECO has area offices, namely Dipolog Main Office or DMO, Dipolog Area Services or DAS, Pinian Area Services or PAS, Sindangan Area Services or SAS, and Liloy Area Services or LAS. Dipolog Area Services serving Dipolog City, parts of Dapitan City, Katipunan, Rojas, Manukan, Jose Dalman, and Sergio Osmeña. Next is the Pinian Area Services or PAS, serving parts of Dapitan City, Polanco, Pinian, Sibutad, Rizal, and Mutya. Sindangan Area Services or SAS, serving Sindangan, Shayan, Leon Postigo. And lastly, our Liloy Area Services, serving Salog, Liloy, Labason, Gutalak, Tampilisan, Gudod, and the municipality of Calauit. Now this is a ZANECO distribution system map. So first is our M1 substation. It is a 10 MVA substation located at Pulo, Dapitan City, serving Dapitan City, La Libertad, Rizal, Sibutad, and a portion of Dipolog. Next is our M4 substation, a 20 MVA substation located at Ubay, Polanco, serving Dipolog City, Mutya, Polanco, Poblacion Pinian, and Sergio Osmeña. Next is M6 substation, a 10 MVA substation located at Irasan, Rojas, serving Piao Rojas, Manukan, and municipality of Jose Dalman. Next is our M3 substation, a 5 MVA substation at Piao Rojas, serving Nabilid Rojas, Irasan Rojas, portion of Manukan. Next is our M2 substation. It is a 5 MVA located at Mucas, Salog, Zamboanga del Norte, serving Godod, Salog, and a portion of Liloy. This is our M5 substation, a 5 MVA substation located at Comunal Liloy, serving Gutalak, Kalawit, Labason, Liloy, and Tampilisan. And last but not the least is our M7 substation. It is a 5 MVA substation located at Tisod, Sindangan, Zamboanga del Norte, serving Sindangan, Shayan, portion of Leon de Postigo, and portion of Manukan. Now let us proceed to the ZANECO power system. Remember, we have discussed earlier, from the generator, the power goes to the transmission lines. Then it goes to the ZANECO power system. So from our substation transformers, the power will step down to 13,200 volts to our primary lines. From primary lines, it goes to the distribution transformers, then to our secondary lines, converted into 240 volts, mula tayo siya sa atong service drop wire, paingon sa atong kilowatt-hour meter. Now, this is the last sector, so the utilization. Under utilization is our member consumer owners. So that includes us. We member consumer owners are under the utilization sector, and we are also called as the end users. So we have here the classifications of member consumer owners. We have the residential, low voltage, and higher voltage. So residential, these are end users that are residential or mga balay-balay. So usually kita, kadalasan nato mga MCOs, we are residential consumers. Next is low voltage consumers. These are end users that are not residential but are connected to secondary lines. What are these? So these are the examples: City Hall, police station, bus terminals, schools, ZANECO building, restaurants, churches, and street lights are also included in the low voltage consumers. And next is our higher voltage consumers. So these are our end users that are connected to our primary lines. The examples are Lee Plaza, Dikumi, rice mills, and oil depot.
Asa na padulong atong gibayran sa ZANECO bill? Generation charge. Ibayad alang sa paghatod sa kuryente gikan sa mga generators nga nahimutang sa lagyong lugar paingon sa linya o substation sa dagitam ng kooperatiba sama sa ZANECO. VAT Genco. Kantidad sa taxable o vatable energy nga ibayad nadto sa BIR. Transmission charge. Bayad sa linya sa NGCP alang sa pagtransmit sa kuryente. VAT Transco. Kantidad sa taxable o vatable energy kini gihapon irimit didto sa BIR. System loss charge. Mao kini ang kantidad nga gi-recover sa nawala nga kuryente diha sa mga linya. VAT system loss. Kantidad sa taxable or vatable energy ug kini gihapon irimit sa BIR. Distribution charge. Alang sa pagtukod, pagpadagan ug pagmintinar sa mga kahimanan sa kooperatiba gikan sa distribution line padulong sa industrial, commercial, establishments, residential ug uban pa. Supply charge. Ibayad alang sa serbisyo sa ZANECO nganha sa konsumante sa pagpahigayon sa billing, collection, consumer assistance kun pag-atiman sa mga panginahanglan sa konsumante ug uban pa. Metering charge. Mao kini ang mutubag sa panginahanglan alang sa pagbasa sa konsumo, pagmintinar sa mga kwintador ug uban pa. Lifeline subsidy. Kantidad nga itabang sa balayranan sa kuryente sa mga kabo sa residential consumers nga adunay binulang konsumo nga 20 kW per hour paubos. Power Act reduction. Kantidad nga gius-us sa balayranan sa kuryente isip pagtuman sa gimbutan sa ipira nga paubsan ang bill sa kuryente. Senior Citizen Subsidy. Kantidad nga itabang sa balayranan sa kuryente sa mga SC nga adunay binulang konsumo nga 100 kWh paubos. RFSC. Pundo alang sa pagrehab sa mga linya, substation o uban pang mga dagkong proyekto kahimanan sa kooperatiba. VAT distribution. Kantidad nga ibayad ngadto sa BIR. 12% sa taxable and vatable energy. Universal charge. Ito sa pisam nga gipanagiyahan og kontrolado sa gobyerno o gimugna sa Republic Act 9136 alang sa missionary electrification, environmental o stranded contract cost recovery. Fit all. Ang uniform peso per kilowatt-hour nga gibill sa tanang on-grid electricity consumers nga ginasuplayan og kuryente pinaagi sa distribution or transmission network. DSM or Distribution Supply Metering Charges, mao kini lamang ang mapadulong ni ZANECO na nagkantidad og 1.6109 per kilowatt-hour. Mao kini ang breakdown of electricity bill. Alang sa nagkonsumo og 100 kilowatt per hour nga mobalor og 977 pesos 0.28 centavos as of January 2024. Ang kinadak-an na bahin o 47% niini mupaingon sa generation charge nga nagkantidad og 463 pesos 0.03 centavos. Og 17% lamang ang mapunta ka ZANECO o ang atong distribution charges nga nagkantidad og 166 pesos 0.09 centavos. 3% universal charges og fit-all nga nagkantidad og 29 pesos 0.22 centavos. Og 10% nga government taxes nga nagkantidad og 99 pesos 0.34 centavos. Og 1% na subsidy nga nagkantidad og negative 1 peso 0.59 centavos. 4% sa RFSC nga nagkantidad og 44 pesos 0.74 centavos. 8% sa system loss charge nga nagkantidad og 80 pesos 0.15 centavos. Og 10% sa transmission nga nagkantidad og 96 pesos 0.30 centavos.
Once again, that was the power sector presentation. Thank you so much for watching. The future is shaped by the initiatives we take today. Join me in welcoming a visionary leader who has steered the Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperative towards progress. She is the Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperative General Manager, Attorney Jordan Chan Antonio, as she unravels the upcoming projects and their effects on our power system. Once again, Attorney Jordan Chan Antonio.
Nadyo ko'y notebook kom. Napag-yun ako'y notebook. But before I begin, let me extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to all of you who really took your time and effort to come here. You will wonder why the audience is quite selected. We really intentionally chose this type of audience. One, because we really recognize that you are one of the pillars or partners of ZANECO. We want to reach out sa inyo through information education campaign so that you will understand how ZANECO operates, because that is the only way that we can partner better, we can give you better electricity rates, and we can give you a reliable and sufficient supply of electricity. So, before I begin again, let me also extend on behalf of ZANECO our salute, gratitude, and sobra-sobrang pasasalamat to our resource speakers nga. Quite frankly, I'm very, very nervous because these are experts and luminaries in the field of energy. Ganina pa ko gaingon nila, nakakainin nyo akong buhay today, but that is exactly what ZANECO needs. Somebody who can guide us, somebody who can teach us, somebody who can give us additional information, because that is the only way for us to grow. So, thank you very much for sa Attorney Lumen Balboa from Alsons. Thank you very much. You will soon later on understand why she is here or why we invited her. Our former commissioner, Commissioner Aina Asirit. Ma'am, super thank you very much. Our Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan, sir, thank you very much. Your presence here, all of you, means a lot because it means that you're not only supporting ZANECO, but I think it's also your life's mission to improve and to help the energy sector so that we can provide better service to all the MCOs. So, ma'am, sir, thank you very much for being here. I'm given only 30 minutes. So, paspasan ko ni, but the hope here is really you will understand what this forum is all about. Let me also recognize also the presence of our neighboring co-ops, other than our LGUs and big load consumer, WLC1, Samzureco 2, Samselco, thank you very much for supporting our activities. We really appreciate that. So, 30 minutes lang ko. I'm gonna discuss mixed Bisaya English so that all of us will understand. Because I hope that this forum will not come out so formal because really the intention here is to reach out and to provide information. So why are we here? So that we understand better. Let me set the tone. As many of you would agree, duha lang ang atong requirement for energy or atong kuryente, no? Number one, dapat barato ang inyong kuryente. I can recall when I assumed as general manager, acting general manager at that time, and our price was at 17 pesos per kilowatt hour. Grabe mo kasukotan na, no? Grabe ang bagulbol na to. So, we endeavored nga muubos sa tong rate. So, I think ang isa sa concern sa atong mga konsumante, especially the big loads and LGUs like you, is your rate sa kuryente. Pangalawa, efficiency, reliability, ug stability sa kuryente. All else, you wouldn't really care how we source it out, how we do it. Those are the basic things that you would want to consider or to understand. So I'm gonna give you a background of that, very brief background, para atong mga musunod nga speakers, you would understand nganong maunay ilahang topic. Okay? So let's begin. Electricity pricing. Why is it ever changing? 2 years ago, it was 17 pesos. Last year, we managed to bring it down to 11, 10. And then now, thank God, we are able to maintain it at an average of 9 pesos per kilowatt hour. So why? The outline of the presentation will be electricity pricing prior to EPIRA, electricity pricing after EPIRA, our ZANECO power supply, factors affecting the power rate, and the upcoming power supply of ZANECO. Next slide, please. So prior to EPIRA, ingon ani lang kasimple ang pagpresyo sa kuryente nga niabot sa inyong bill. NEA formulates the rate. Generation, transmission. Gives it to ZANECO. Si ZANECO pod, giprocess ang bill, abot sa inyo ha. That's what you're gonna pay. Now, after EPIRA or during the passage of EPIRA, mao na niyang nahitabo. There's generation cost, there's transmission cost, gi-unbundle ang rate. If you were watching at our PowerPoint presentation a while ago, nakita na mo ngayon yung bill task kayo. Nay generation, pilay VAT, pilay transmission VAT, because that is provided for under the law. That you should know in details unsay inyong gabayaran. And that's what they mean when they said unbundled ang atong charges. So, gihatag to ni ZANECO, ang inyuhang nadawat nga bill, kadtunang taas kayong daghan kayong litaniya sa mga amounts or summary of amounts. Next slide, please. Karon, there is slight modification considering that kadtong sa una nga generation cost nato, bilateral contracts lang to tanan. What do you mean by bilateral contracts? Si ZANECO, as a distribution utility, would enter contracts atong mga generation or power suppliers para mo supply sila na to og, say for example, 30 megawatt, 10 megawatt, 5 megawatt contract. However, with the thrust po of EPIRA nga to, liberate the market, to lower the competition, to lower the prices through competition sa market, naanatay WESM. So, na-appeal siya sa atong generation cost. And then, transmission cost. So, still the same, si ZANECO, maunay punta sa inyuhang mga balay. What I want you to understand is the fact na other than bilateral contracts sa kadtong mga nakita ninyo nga power suppliers nato, karon na ginatawag wholesale electricity spot market wherein mura siya og stock market. Mupalit na lang mupalit ta og kuryente sa stock market, and that's very volatile. Lihok ang presyo sa kuryente diha nga aspeto. Si Commissioner Alexis Lumbatan, he will discuss more on the WESM. Kay naa diri pod on the aspect of ARCOA or Retail Competition Open Access Rule para sa atong mga big loads consumer. Kay kung sa una, direkta gyud mo, obligado gyud mong mupalit namo sa Zaneco as distribution utility og kuryente. Karon, kadtong mga big load consumer nga gakonsumo og 500 kilowatt, pwede na mong mupalit direkta sa mga power supplier nga ginatawag og retail electricity supplier. So RES. Naamoy option nga di mo palit ni Zaneco. Dito mo pupalit sa RES or katong mga registered na retail electricity supplier. But the transmission charges, mao na lang to inyong bayaran ni Zaneco. Mao na i-discuss later on ni Commissioner Lumbatan. Next please. So, mao na ni siya karon ang composition sa atong power supply. We have contract with PSAM or the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation. Ngano nga ni take time yung explain ani? Because as you would see, ang big chunk sa ginabayran ninyo sa inyong bill sa kuryente, naa nila. So dako kaayo ang ilahang part kung nitaas or niubos ang atong kuryente. But among these players, dirita sa PSAM nakaginansya kay government man siya, GOCC man siya, mubo siya presyo sa kuryente. However, taman rasad siya 2025. Am I correct, Com? 2025, no? Dili pa sure kung mupadayon or dili. Kana mo'y pinakamubo sa tanan o kanang presyo. Pag mawala ni siya, naadihatong danger. Pero, na foresee na po na ni gamay ni Zaneco. And that's why Attorney Balboa is here. Because we entered a contract with Alsons nga magtukod sila diri og kanang embedded nga hydropower plant diri sa Zamboanga del Norte para renewable na nga to ang source of energy, compliance sa environment ug sa atong RPS, and at the same time makaasa-asa ta nga ubos na atong kuryente gamay kay di naman ta magbayad og transmission charges sa NGCP. Embedded naman siya sa atoa. Ang advantage pud ana, though not totally masuplayan ang tibuok si GN or si SEC or si TSI, at least naatay embedded sa atong kaugalingon nga franchise area nga makahatag natog 10 megawatt. So that's what Attorney Lumen is also going to discuss later on. So mao na siya itong power supply. No, next. Gamay na lang akong oras, no? Sige, sorry. Paspasan na to. What are the factors affecting the rates? Next slide, please. Kani, I really take time to explain this kay as a major players sa inyuhang mga kaugalingong mga kanibitang constituents, at least as LGUs, kamo may makasabot sa inyuhang mga tao ngano ngayon ani ang presyo ni Zaneco. So mao ni siya, WESM market price volatility, kaya as what I've said, wala siya stock market nga mopalit lang ka og presyo kuryente sa merkado, dili stable ang presyo didto. Operation and maintenance component of the generation cost. Kanining sa mga power suppliers na to, naam na sila yung mga maintenance no, operation nga gina-incur nga costs. Subject siya sa forex rate o economic indices sa ato ang country. And then, energy requirement of Zaneco. Lain-lain na to energy requirement. Pwedeng karon 45 megawatt, pwedeng 30 megawatt, pwedeng 50 megawatt. Usa na sa makaapekto sa presyo. Fuel cost. Next, changes in delivery of supply due to power plant outages. A classic example, si PSAM, barato. However, sige po siya maintenance, operation, kuan. So, di siya ka-supply. Ga-kontrata tag 12 megawatt niya. Ang non-firm na to, ang firm na to is 11, no? 11 megawatt. Usay di siya ka-supply, kay ga-shutdown man, ga-maintenance man. So, imbis barato atong presyo, mulihok gyapon siya gamay. Kaya ga-expectang mo supply siya 12, nag-shutdown man ang planta. 8 ray na supply, 7 ray na supply, apektado atong presyo. Next, transmission cost pod. It varies, depende kung pilay gi-charge ni NGCP. Next slide, please. Correction ni Repo ko ninyong nasayop ko, ha? Utang buot. So, upcoming power of supply sa ZANECO. Muna na akong gingon ganina nga kani mo'y we entered the contract with Alsons nga muuni siya sa Siayan i-construct hybrid siya nga runoff river hydro ug solar. So 10 megawatt ni siya. Ongoing ang ato ang application ani. We are just waiting for the approval ni NEA sa atong PSA agreement and then ilodge na to na. But we are very hopeful on this. Kay we hope to have a better electricity rate when once this is implemented. We comply with the RPS or katong environmental requirement in terms of usage of energy. And at the same time, embedded man siya sa atua. Somehow, kung atong mga bilateral contracts, nag-down si NGCP, naputol ba iyang linya gun sa iyang problema, na atay bisag kahit papano masupply sa atong kaugalingong franchise area, gumikan kay kini nga project, embedded man sa atong franchise area. So, next slide please. Kamay na kay ko, no? Kamay na, hapit na. So, mauto siya sa presyo. Much as we want to, I know you're expecting, anwibi na lang kita, sige. Atong high voltage, murag size kapin, no? Pila itong sa high voltage? 6 kapin? No? High voltage? Karen? 7 ang atong low voltage, no? Or 8? 7 kapin, no? So, I know nga ganahan mong diha magpadayon atong rates, pero kung mutaas, ang yun ako ninyo tanan, sabot-sabot lang yun mo, ug nganong nita atong rates. I hope with that kind of presentation, you have a bird's eye view on how we come up with our electricity charges. So, for ZANECO's additional capacity, diri na mo sulod ang mga incoming projects ni ZANECO ug ang impact ani sa atong franchise area. So, for now, mao niya nga atong projects, no? Substations, M7 Sindangan, additional 5 MVA transformer. The status, it's at 20% ang iyahang construction. And then we have new M9 Labason substation, 2 units of 5 MVA transformer, og 25 km 69 kV line. Natay mga taga-Labason dire. Gutalak ug Kalawit. Kasabot kay ko nga sige mog ingon nga gapiyok-piyok ang inyong kuryente, sir, no? We will apologize for that, pero the very reason is layo na kay mo sa source. Di na gyud siya kabot dito sa inyo, ha? Munang pag-abot sa inyo, ha, mura na lang siya, sinsiyo na lang bitaw, tingi-tingi na muna ang inyong ref, magpiyok-piyok. But this is the solution. Our kaning 2 units nga 5 MVA transformer. Kanang atong 25 km nga 69 kV line, munay mo upgrade from Liloy to Labason para ma-realize tong inyong substation sa Labason. So, why are we saying this? Nag-upgrade ta para sa inyo hapong information, if you have improvements, if you have additional investments sa inyuhang mga LGU, respective LGUs, we are assuring you na kaya na mo supply sa inyuhang demand. So, that is why, this is one of the reasons why we call this forum. I know, like for example, sa 3rd District, medyo gaalangan mo because of the quality of electricity that we have been delivering there. But we are informing you now that we are addressing that concern. Hopefully, before 2024 ends, no, I'm certain, before 2024 ends, okay na ta dito. So, sir, sa inyo ha, kung naamoy mga improvements, bagong investors, please assure them that we are capable of supplying an efficient and reliable electricity. So, next slide, please. Okay, hapit ako mahuman. Kaning city electrification projects, kuha ni siya, project or grant ni siya sa government para ito mga constituents in tawon na dili ka afford og kuryente. So, NEA or the government gives grants through city electrification projects. For District 1, we have 18 sitios. For District 2, we have 46 sitios. For District 3, we have 51 sitios. Nganong gipabalo namo ni sa mga LGU? Because in this aspect, we also need your help. Next slide, please. Kung makita ninyo, for District 1, mauni ang mga beneficiaries nato og SEP for 2022 or end 2023. Ongoing ang implementation ani karon. kindly go over kung naa ba ang inyuhang mga sityo, or kung wala, kindly submit kadtong mga sityo nga ZANECO might have missed out nga kinahanglan gyud kayo og kuryente kay para atong mahatagan og grant. For District 2, these are the following sityos nga nahatagan nato or ongoing ang atoang sityo electrification project for 2022 ug 2023. Next slide please. For District 3, kanipod no? For 2022 nga budget ug 2023 nga budget. Modesty aside, last year, NEA only allocated or granted 50 million per co-op sa sitio electrification project na to. But the administrator was kind enough to give so much more to ZANECO or to Zamboanga del Norte. Ang gihatag sa ato nga grant was around 197 million. So, muna nga daghan tag na implement. Baga-baga man tagnaong, nakahangyo ta na for next year, for 2024, we will still be asking another 197 million sitio electrification project grant. What is the significance sa inyo, ha? Mga sir, mga ma'am, sa inyong mga respective municipalities, katong mga sityo nga apiki, wa na mo nabantayan nga kinahanglan gyud pasugaan, palihog ko og submit sa listahan sa inyong respective area services ni ZANECO. Kay amo gyud nang entertainon because the mandate of the government is 100% energization or electrification. And ZANECO is very supportive of that. So tabangi mi ana. For the Pitan City, sir, ma'am, we are yet to approach Mayor Bullet kay ang amo ang solusyon sa Aligway ug sa Silinog is solar PV. But we will still have a sit down with Mayor Bullet on that kay basi na asay plano ang dapitan unsaon ninyo pag-energize ang Aligway ug Silinog. However, budget-wise, we have also asked the admin to allocate and it was granted. So, muna nga, yes, wow no, makapalamok ako ma'am eh. So, and we have one barangay line enhancement program that will be implemented sa third district. Naayusa na implement karon sa second district sa Shayan. So these are all grants. Kay kung wala pa ni na grants sa NEA, mangutang tani through CAPEX, pass on gihapon na natong konsumante. So we should be very grateful to NEA for giving us these grants. So ako lang gi-emphasize ang sitio electrification project kay mausad ni siya mo ihangyo nako din yung counterparts. Di ba nangayo man mininyo og beneficiary nga sitio nga atong pailawan? May I ask also that you be lenient in the giving of mayor's permit? Diha mi katagara maglisod. After all, I think we have one common goal, no? To help those people who have been longing for to have electricity. I'm sure all of us here, gadako ta nagmatatangan na ay kuryente. No? But for those nga tagaan nato og ingon ani nga project, kaluoy sa Dios hangtod karon wala gyud tuy mga kuryente ug maura gyud ni ilang giambisyon. So I am knocking on your hearts, LGUs, na as soon as we implement SEP, tabangi mi ninyo sa mayor's permit. Okay ba yon? Thank you very much. So next slide please. ZANECO powers interruption. Kom, hapit na. 30 minutes lagi yon. Sa puning taas mo kilang gihatag na ko. Di ba sige mong pangutan na? Mabisit mo no? Palong? No? Makapalikas ko no? Sige palong ni ZANECO. Naay ka klaseng power interruption, scheduled or planned. Katong makadawat mong text, you will receive text blast from ZANECO, information from our Facebook page that there is a power interruption. Mao to siya scheduled or planned. Typically arrange and announce, often to perform maintenance. Kaya atong mga ekwipo kinanglan magina nato i-repair, i-maintain. Sometimes kini siya si ZANECO ang mag-repair or mag-maintain sa ekwipo, sometimes si NGCP pod. So mao na siya nga makadawat mo sa hayno nga mabanas mo 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. That is a power interruption that is scheduled or planned. Next. Unscheduled or unplanned. An unexpected disruption in the supply of electrical power to an area or a specific location. Naturally, it's unplanned, so it occurs without prior notice or predetermined schedule. Mauna ni siya, katuni kalit og kapalong, nga naman. Next slide, please. Sa unscheduled, daghang factors. Human, sa amuang data, 1%. Pananglitron, na inaksidente, nabanggaan niyang pusti na to, palong inyong kurente. Unplanned to. Vegetation, diri na pug kumuhangyo sa inyong tabang. Ug mo nang amo gyud mong giimbitar because more than information, education campaign sa inyo ha. We really ask you, we seek you to be our partners in providing efficient and reliable electricity. Unsa ning vegetation? Katubi itong mga kahoy, musanday na sa linya sa atong kurente, duha ang iguana. Pwedeng mapalong inyong kurente, ikaduha, nag-contribute na sa atong system loss, nga if you were watching at our presentation ganina, usag hapon sa inyong gibayran. If you help us with vegetation, two things. We can minimize your power interruption, and we can also minimize our system loss. So that's the reason why we really scheduled this energy forum sa inyong hatanan para masabtan ninyo. One of these days, our employees will knock and reach out sa kada LGU nato because we hope to partner with you in clearing and vegetation. Kaya kung makita ninyo, dako siya, 24% siya sa factor nganong natay palong. Pero kung ang inyong linya sa kurente, wala kayo'y mga kahoy diha, limpyo siya, ma-minimize na to ang palong. What's the problem there? Inyuhamang mga kontrolado or under man sa inyong jurisdiction ang mga barangay. So, if you endorse us, if you help us reach out to your barangay captain, I think makapartner migtarong, makatabang taglimpyo sa atong kurente, malesser ang makurintihan, malesen atong system loss, di pa mo sige reklamo nga naatay palong. Because we want, our best effort is also there. Ga-clear man me. However, for the information of everybody here, of the entire franchise of the area of ZANECO, 2 cities and 21 municipalities, 500 ra ang empleyado ni ZANECO, admin na naog technical. So di gyud namo malukop ang tibok area. But with your help, hoping that you will partner with us on the issue of vegetation, I am sure ma-resolve nato ni nga issue. And then equipment, mag-maintain sa equipment, that's what I said a while ago. Supply 22%, usahay. Muto akong ingon ninyo, si Pisam, nag-maintain sa iyahang planta or kuan, gamay rang yang kuan, magpalong sad sila, that could be a cause of power interruption. And then transient. Katong mga typical example ilang ginaingon, kato daw mga birds na mag-kiss sila dito sa atong power lines ng akurintihan, namatay ang langgam, transient to siya after 5 minutes, mubalik ra sa datong kurente. Kinamte recloser. Sakto ba ko, Engineer Neri? Na? So, mo na siya mo'y transient. Pag bingkag transient, less than 5 minutes balik ang kurente na to. That comprises 29% of our unscheduled power interruptions. Next, please. Maura to. So, na kuan ako sa 30 minutes nako. But si former Commissioner Inas will discuss sa lifeline subsidy. Tuwasan to sa inyong bill ganina, kipakita. Sa importante adto because i-explain na ni Com Aina, I would specifically request the LGUs to listen. Kaya si DOE scheduled for a consultation on February 4. But that's specifically for Dipolog City lang. ZANECO would like to be aggressive. Gusto mi nga katong LGU sa Tibok, Zamboanga del Norte, makasabot na sa lifeline subsidy. Kaya again, I will emphasize this over and over again. The main purpose of this energy forum is not just for you to understand our operations, but really to reach out heartily that you partner with us and we partner with you. Kaya ZANECO is really committed to give you better, efficient, and reliable electricity because that is the only way that we in Zamboanga del Norte will improve commercially, economically, and socially. So thank you very much everyone for listening. Good afternoon.
Once again, that was our Zambon del Norte Electric Cooperative General Manager, Attorney Jordan Chan Antonio. Thank you so much, GM, for that very detailed presentation. Once again, a round of applause, please. Now it's time to introduce our first speaker this afternoon. Renewable energy is a cornerstone of our sustainable future. Our first speaker will guide us through the impacts on the ZANECO's member consumer owners. Our first speaker had 15 years of legal expertise. She's a seasoned lawyer specializing in transaction law, corporate structuring, regulation and compliance, and policy advocacy. Her professional journey includes managerial and advisory roles in notable energy companies such as Alson's Power Group, Power Source Group, Emerald Energy, and Alternergy. Additionally, she served as the legal advisor to 2 successive presidents of the National Power Corporation and headed communications at the International Finance Corporation, or the IFC, the private sector arm of the World Bank Group in Manila. A distinguished alumna of the University of the Philippines, she completed her law degree with honors, complementing her undergraduate degree in communications, where she graduated cum laude. Let us extend a warm welcome to Attorney Lumen Perry Balboa, Vice President for Legal and Regulatory Compliance at Alson's Power.
Thank you for the long introduction. Good afternoon po sa inyong lahat. GM Jordan Antonio, good afternoon. Ma'am, Com Aina Asirit. Ito po yung pinakamatagal at pinakamagandang commissioner. Sorry naman. Sorry naman sa iba. Oh, Gcash. Ng Energy Regulatory Commission. At saka yung gwapo ngayon. Oh, na ERC Commissioner, of course, Commissioner Alexis Lombatan. Doon po sa inyo na hindi ko po nabanggit, pasensya na, pero gwapo at saka maganda rin po kayo. Sorry. Sige. Before I start, let me just say that I'm so impressed by the fact that there's a Power 101 introduction. Kasi this is the first time really na nag-attend ako ng ganitong klaseng forum na merong introduction yung power industry. So, kudos to the whole of ZANECO, please. To everybody who prepared that, congratulations. That's really very informative. Kahit ako may natutunan ako doon. I mean, the fact yung systems loss nyo is actually 8% is very impressive. So, thank you. Thank you for that introduction. So, I'll start. Sorry, pwede na nating tanggalin yung picture ko. Ang layo po nung picture ko sa katotohanan, hindi po ba? Aminin nyo na, sige, okay lang po yan. Let's start with the presentation. So, hindi yata ako hindi siya nakikita. Sorry. Okay. Hindi na po ako magsa-start. I won't discuss the Philippine energy industry because that's already covered by the presentation earlier. So there is a generation business, there's a transmission business, distribution business, and the supply business. Sabi nga po ni GM, si ZANECO is in the distribution business. Kami po yung nandun sa 40% ng bill nyo. Nahiya naman ako, di ba? That's actually the generation business. So as a generator, si Alson's Power Group, I actually, sorry, just to skip, no? We actually have a portfolio of power plants in Mindanao. There is the Sarangani Energy Corporation that's actually mentioned by GM. It's a coal plant, pero just to inform you, SEC po yung pinakamababang fuel cost sa buong Mindanao, sa coal. So, medyo mura kami. And then we also have our diesel plants, one in Iligan City, that's actually Mapalad Power. And we also have the Western Mindanao Power Corporation. So ito po yung diesel plant namin sa Zamboanga. We also have an upcoming power project in Ubay, Bohol. It's also diesel. But now that we're actually shifting to renewable energy, meron po kaming isang hydro project na ilo-launch. Ito po yung aming Sigil Hydro Project in Maasim. Sarangani. Sorry. Ayan. So pag nakita nyo po, nakikita nyo po yung screen, yung Sigil Hydropower Project namin is actually a 14.5 megawatt plant. So pag nakita nyo yung sa taas, medyo parang, ano ba to? Ito, ay, hindi siya nagmo-move. Sorry. Hindi po. Ay, sige. Next slide. Na-disconnect ba? Ito ba? Sorry. Sige lang, mag-start na lang tayo sa, sino po yung nagko-control ng slide? Ayun. Sige. Okay, let's start with that. If you can go to the next slide. Our pipeline, by the time that we actually, in the next 5 years, we're looking at building solar plants in Mindanao. That's actually about, of the 1,300 megawatts that we're planning to build, most of that will be solar, and then the rest would actually be hydropower plants. Next slide, please. So yung Sigil Hydropower, that's actually what I am discussing. Pag nakita nyo po, medyo magnificent yung structure. There's a weir that's actually huge. So para siyang malaking impoundment, no? Tapos it's supposed to supply power to the host distribution utility, which is South Cotabato 2 Electric Cooperative Inc. It is 99% complete. We're just waiting for the testing and commissioning of both Socoteco 2 and NGCP. And we're about to commercially operate our first ever hydropower project in Mindanao. Now, I think si GM mentioned earlier about our Siayan Hydro project. This is for us a milestone because this is the first time, I believe, that there is going to be an embedded power project in ZANECO. So, yung embedded generation facility is going to be very beneficial to not only to the consumers as electricity consumers but also as residents of this area. Bakit po? I'll just quickly go through what is Siayan project, no? So, yung Siayan Hydropower project namin is a 22.3 megawatts rated or installed hydropower plant, and it is actually divided into 2 phases. Meron kaming Siayan 1, ito po yung pipirmahan namin na contract, hopefully, if it's approved by the NEA, which is for 8.8 megawatts. And then it has a second phase for a capacity of 13.5 megawatts. Pero, ang excitement namin is not just because we're going to install a hydro project. This is the first ever, to our knowledge, hybrid RE project in the Philippines. Kasi mag-i-install po kami ng solar component kasama ng hydro. Ang solar component namin will actually be up to 29 megawatts, and combined, it will have a capacity of 37.8 megawatts by 2025 and 50 megawatts by 2028. Ang ginagamit po naming company dito sa Siayan is actually the Sindangan Sambo Power Corporation. So yun po yung aming presence dito sa Siayan. Pag nakita nyo po yung configuration ng project, makikita nyo na meron siyang, maliit lang yung head race niya. It's 3.5 kilometers. It's actually going to be run of river, so dire-diretso lang. Wala pong impoundment or catchment facility. At magkakaroon po siya ng annual energy generation of 37 gigawatt hours. Ang plano po namin is by December 2025, hopefully earlier, magkakaroon na po siya ng commercial operation. So, magsa-start na po yung operation ng hydro. For the solar component naman, if things go well, actually, same lang siya ng COD, pero gusto namin na mas mauna siya, ng mas maaga, hopefully. What are the technical benefits of the hybrid RE project? It is going to be reliable since this is going to be an embedded plant. It's going to improve the power quality. and it will stabilize the ZANECO distribution system. So, ayun po yung introduction ng siyayan. What about the benefits of RE in general? So, RE is clean, it's non-polluting, it's sustainable, it is supporting the government policy. Hindi ko na po masyadong i-discuss yung RE project benefits kasi ilalagay ko na lang po dyan, basta let's just say that it is actually the government's thrust to make sure that renewable energy projects are online. So nagsishift na po tayo ngayon from thermal plants to RE plants. May question lang po ako, dun sa mga LGUs, meron na po ba kayong parang, was there already an endorsement issued for the project sa city or sa province? Merong from the office of the meron po ba kayong aware? Wala po. Sino po yung sa office of the governor? Sorry naman. Pwede pong magtaas na lang ng kamay. Office of the governor. Wala po. Sa municipality, any LGU. Sir, meron na pong humingi ng endorsement sa inyo for the Siyayan project? Meron po? Wala. Okay. Kasi normally, when we go to a place, we make a presentation to the local government units. And we present the benefits of building the power plant within the area. Ang tawag po namin doon ay ER 1-94. That's actually a mandatory charge to everybody. It's a 1 centavo per kilowatt hour charge na mapupunta po sa lahat ng mga consumers or LGU within the franchise system or franchise area where the generation plant will be located. So the ER 1-94 under the EPIRA is going to go into, it's divided into 3 parts. Yung electrification fund, di ba may 1 centavo po na kinokolekta. So, doon sa 1 centavo na yon, kapag naipon na po yon, 50% of that will go to the distribution utility. The distribution utility will actually apply it in this order. Community, people affected, host barangay, host municipality, host province, to implement projects in relation to electrification, such as service drops and upgrading of poles and lines. This is actually in connection with Department Circular DC 2018-08-2021. So, pag magja-generate po kami ng kuryente, di ba? Bawat kuryente na pinoproduce namin, magse-set aside kami ng 1 centavo. Yung 1 centavo na yon, pag naipon na po yon sa isang taon, 50% nun mapupunta sa distribution utility. And for that purpose, magkakaroon po ng MOA between the generator and the DU. On the other hand, yung 50% naman i-distribute sa LGU. Yung LGU, ito po yung breakdown, 35% sa affected community, sa municipality, 30% sa province, 20% sa region, and then 5% each, 20% sa barangay, and 5% each for indigenous peoples, affected community, and the region. So, yung 250 sa DU, another 25 dito po sa LGUs. Gagamitin po yun ng LGUs for livelihood projects. So, pwede niyang gamitin sa coffee drying machine. Example lang po ito, ice plant. So, in our experience, sa Sarangani, for example, yung barangay Maasim, already put up community centers. Marami po siyang mga projects na ginagawa based on the ER 1-94 allocation. Another 25% of that will actually go, again, to the LGUs, pero in relation naman to environment, watershed management, and health. Ito naman yung tree planting, forest rehabilitation, and all of that. So, if you're actually parang generating a lot of electricity. And for hydro, it's 24/7. So hindi po siya tumitigil sa pag-generate ng electricity. Automatic, we're required by law to actually set aside 1 centavo of that power that we're selling in order to distribute it dito sa 50-25-25 for the projects that you will be actually making. Nung unang panahon sa DOE, when Commissioner Asirit was still there, ang nangyayari po, nire-remit lahat yan sa DOE. Tapos DOE yung nagdi-disburse sa mga LGUs. Ngayon, hindi na po ganon. Diretso na po from the generator to the host beneficiary. So kung host barangay, host municipality, kami na yung magta-transfer. And the only requirement for that is actually a bank account and a memorandum of agreement. So wala na pong masyadong problema sa pag-download ng funds. For the LGUs, of course, when we start building the plant, this is the opportunity. I mean, this is the LGUs charging all of the permits. Di po ba? Magkakaroon ng construction permit, magkakaroon ng business permit, yung mga contractor namin. When we build our power plants, we normally engage EPC contractors. So yung mga construction companies, normally malalaki po yan. So sa Metro Manila. Ang gagawin nila, hanap sila ng mga local contractors na magkakaroon ng parang magbi-build physically and then they will engage local people to build the plant. So you can just imagine the volume of work that will be generated from the start, I mean from the construction pa lang ng planta. Aside from that, meron pa rin siyang, of course, yung barangay clearances and annual inspection fees. Pag nag-ooperate na kami, hindi na si contractor yung mag-a-apply ng permit, kami na. So we will now be applying for all of the business permits and all of that. And of course, we will also be subject to all of the taxes, including business taxes. So we are also required to remit the tax based on the rate provided in the LGU tax code. And the assured yearly income for 25 years is actually the fact that business taxes will be levied on the power company during the life of the project. Yun pong RE projects kasi, normally, ang life niyan is 25 years. Kaya lang, for example, for solar, meron kasi siyang parang replacement of panels, but still, we project the life of each RE project to be that or more, 25 years or more. One of the benefits also of having the power plant here is the real property tax. Parang medyo ano naman po to, basic, di ba? Pagka yung planta namin nandyan na, it's going to be industrial, it's going to be based on another RPT rate, hindi po siya magiging commercial or even, you know, the agricultural. We have to convert it. So pagka nagkagaroon po ng conversion ng land, then it necessarily follows that the assessment will increase. So that means the real property tax that will be assessed on where the plant will be located and the surrounding area na actually ginagamit namin will be subject to higher RPT. Specific to renewable energy projects, there's what we call a share in national wealth. It's actually the 1% levy, share in internal revenue allocation. Under the RA 9513, yun tax holiday. So hindi po kami magbabayad ng income tax for 7 years as an incentive to RE projects being developed. But after the 7 years, then we will already be subject to income tax. Although it's 10% preferential tax, di po ba? However, kung magkano man yung babayaran namin, the tax base for that, the tax for that, yun pong LGU will actually have 40% share in terms of getting it as by way of an IRA. So the internal revenue allocation will increase because you will now get 40% of what we're paying as taxes as part of your IRA. In this, and that 40% will be shared in this manner. Sa province, that's 23%, municipality, 34%, barangay, 20%, and cities, 23%. So it's not just the host barangay that's going to be benefiting from the project. It's not just the host municipality, pati po yung province magbe-benefit in terms of a higher IRA share. ito po yung 1% national wealth tax. So again, yung RE kasi is part of our natural resource, di po ba? So dahil the Constitution says it's actually utilization of a natural resource, then it becomes subject to a national wealth tax of 1%. So 1% of gross revenue is divided again to the following. Province gets 20%, municipality gets 40%, barangay gets 25%. Ang minimum share po ng barangay sa national wealth tax is 80,000 pesos. Kung magkano man yung dapat na share niya, if it does not reach 80,000, it will still get 80,000 pesos. So, yun po yung magiging benefit sa inyo ng project once it achieves commercial operation. Before I end, this is actually the end of the presentation. So, I just want to emphasize the fact that slowly, yung ating Philippine energy landscape is changing. Now, from coal plants to thermal plants, we're now embarking into RE. Why? Because it's clean, it's actually cheaper. It's supposed to be more reliable in the sense that it's there. It's always, there's no limit to the amount of supply that we can get for RE generation. So it's just us trying to also respond to the call of government to make our parang power cleaner and actually more sustainable. And we're glad that the first ever RE hybrid project of Alson's Power Group will actually be located in Siayan. Thank you. Yun lang po. Thank you.
All right, once again, thank you so much, Attorney Lumen Perry Balboa. Another round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Engineer Aibo. All right, at this time, we will pause for a very short break for the serving of our snacks. It will be around 5 minutes. So for our online viewers, we will be right back for these very friendly reminders only here at the Energy Forum of 2024. We can now serve the snacks.
Taas ba ang konsumo sa kuryente sa imong aircon? Kaya na nga paubson. Easy. Kayang-kaya. Nag-aircon ta para di igangon. Di ba? Dili para tugnaw. O, di ba? Tokan sa sinunod. Gusto lang nato nga mapreskuhan. Dili kay magkurot sa katugnaw. Ang konsumo sa kuryente sa aircon tungod sa kompresor ni damo nga mag-andar kini, damo nga magkonsumo. Busa ako. 25 degrees lang ang thermostat. Oo. Ayos na. Presko na. Dili kinahanglan sobra kaubos ang siping. Grabe ka tugnaw. Unya, ang isuot, grabe pod ka baga. Dili ingin ana, ang sinina, dapat nipis o presko lang. Kung 25 degrees lang ang thermostat, dili kaayo kini hagok. Ang aircon ko, kanunay usab nga limpyo. Kung pasagdahan nga hugaw, nakaw. Maglisod ang kompresor, mukusog usab ang konsumo. By the way, sa akong pagpalit ni ini, akong gipili ang adunay taas nga EER, kon Energy Efficiency Ratio, para mas ubos ang konsumo. Timan konsumo sa kuryente kayang paubson. Easy. Bayronon sa kuryente, maubos. Sa paggamit sa aircon, easy energy, efficiency, and conservation. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Konsumo sa kuryente sa electric fan, kaya nga paubson. Easy. Kayang-kaya. Una, kung ako ang nag-electric fan, number 1 lang ang fan speed. Dili kinahanglang itodo ang gikusgon. Makalipong! Siyempre, tuod kay 1 lang ang speed, ang electric fan kinahanglang haduol lang kanako para igo-igo ra ang gikusgon sa hangin. Easy ra kayo, di ba? Ipaduol lang ang electric fan para 1 ra ang fan speed. Ang electric fan ipalayo nimo. Unya pakusgan ra pud ay gihapon ang fan speed. Di mas kusog ang konsumo sa kuryente. Asa man daw ang logic ana? Isa pa, kung akura ang nagpahangin, kining oscillator mao kini ang nagpalihok sa ulo sa electric fan, pawala or patuo. Ako ning gilak nga nakatutok lang kanako. Bawas konsumo no sab kini. Ako raman ang nagkinahanglan nga mapreskuhan. Dili tong sopa, dili tong TV, dili tong dingding or kato bintana. Alangan man ang lakaw ko para sundan ang huyop sa hangin. Aba, it doesn't make sense. Kinahanglan ang huyop sa hangin dito lang kung asa gikinahanglan. Bayronon ko sa kuryente, muubos usab. Timan easy energy, efficiency and conservation. Easy. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Halos kadaghanan nato adunay refrigerator sa balay. Butanganan sa itong mga pagkaon para magpabilin kini nga presko. Para sa bugnaw ang atong imnonon. Sa balay, ang among refrigerator regular ang pag-defrost sa freezer. Kung pasagdahang mubaga ang ice, katong biyo sa hangin nga nagpabugnaw maglisod. Entonces, maglisod pod ang motor. Entonces, mukusog ang konsumo sa kuryente. Giayo sab namo og silip ang mga gasket sa pultahan sa ref. Kinahanglang limpyo o wala kini damage. Para igo ang katapot sa pagsirado aron dili mohungaw ang kabugnaw. Mura ra guna og kita, dili ganahan og dunay hungaw. Apan sa gawas sa refrigerator, nindot usab nga adunay maayo nga kahungawan. Dili para sa bugnaw kundi para sa init. Kinahanglan limpyo og maayo ang condenser coil. Dinhi manggod mohungaw ang init. Busa, kung doon ako nakitaan nga nakasablay nga mga hinalay dinhi, akong gipangkuha para dili maglisod ang paghungaw sa init, makuhaan ang kalisod sa motor. Imagine usab kung super baga na ang hugaw ug abog. Matrap ang init, maglisod ang motor. Dugang konsumo na usab sa kuryente. Last but not the least, ang akong refrigerator nakapwesto sa lugar nga dili maigo sa init sa adlaw. Ug ako pa rin may istorya. Sa dihang gipalit ko kini, akong gipili ang adunay taas nga EEF kung Energy Efficiency Factor para mas ubos ang konsumo sa kuryente. Og tungod ining tanan, konsumo sa kuryente mapaubos, bayronon sa kuryente moubos. Timan easy energy, efficiency and conservation. Easy. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Ang easy energy sa refrigerator, kinahanglang dili kini maglisod sa pagpabugnaw. Pwedeng dili ninyo mabantayan, pero ang refrigerator mao'y bugtong appliance nga walay hunong ang andar. Ang suga, electric fan, TV, computer o uban pa, gipang off kung wala gamita. Pero ang refrigerator gapadayon ra 24 oras kada adlaw. Gapadayon ang konsumo sa kuryente. Kung mahimo, dili kay apresira, planado ang mga ipagawas ug mga ipangsulod para magdungan ang paghimo niini. Apan kung ang kinaiyay ingon niini, magkuha og kamatis, pag human abre na usab, kuha og tubig, pag human abre na usab, kuha og isda, uran-uran, kinahanglan po di ay ang karne. And then, isulod ang usa ka pitsil nga tubig, dayon isira. Kadyot lang, naapa di ay sobrang nga sudan para initon, abre na usab. Usahay pag yun, nagka-amnesya. Pag abre sa refrigerator, galutok lang ang mata. Nakalimot og unsa ang kuhaon. Close open, nag-close open. Nako, ang kabugnaw sa rep sige pud og hungaw. Busa ang motor, sige pud og andar. Ay, unsa pa bandi ay di mo kusog pud ang konsumo sa kuryente. Common sense na. Og palihog lang, ang refrigerator dili aircon o electric fan. Para sa mga pagkaon og ilimnon lang kini. Dili para dirita magpabugnaw. Busa, para mapaubos ang konsumo sa kuryente sa refrigerator, kinahanglan dili kini maglisod og pabugnaw. Aron ang motor niini dili todo-todo ang andar. Timan Easy energy, efficiency, and conservation. Easy. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Sa pagplansa, konsumo sa kuryente kaya nga paubson the easy way. Tungod kay kuripot ko, dili na ako sayangan ang akong kwarta. Ang kainit sa plansa tungod kini sa kuryente. Busa, dili kinahanglan nga masayang ang init ni ini. Diri sa amo dinaghan og nakaschedule ang pagplansa. Ang uban diha, ginagmay ra kung magplansa. Painiton kini. Pagkahuman, isa o duha lang ang plansahon. Katong nahimong init sa kuryente, sobra-sobra. Wala na pahimusli. Sayang lang. No sa ako kana. Kung dinaghan ang magplansa, mas mapahimusla nato ang init ni ini. Giuna na mo ang mga baga. Dinhi nakataas ang iyang heat seating. Pagkahuman sa mga baga, ipaubos na ang seating para kadto na pod nga mga nipis ang plansahon. Pagkahuman, ang ginagmay nga nahibilin, kasagaran tulo ka panyo, ang plug sa plansa giibot na namo sa kuryente. Oo, aduna pay igong kainit ang plansa para hapsayon ang akong mga panyo. It's magic. Wala na gagamit og kuryente apan aduna pay na plansa. Okay kayo, di ba? Easy energy, efficiency, and conservation. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Hamugaway ang kinabuhi kung dunay kuryente. Busa ang pagbayad, ayaw jud kalimte. Gamayng pahinomdom gikan sa ZANECO, ang bugtong katambayayong sa lamdag nga kaugmaon. Gipasayo ni ZANECO ang serbisyo. Pagbayad sa kuryente, pwede na magmotorsiklo. ZANECO, ang bugtong katambayayong sa lamdag nga kaugmaon. Sa aircon, ang easy way para mapaubos ang konsumo sa kuryente ay ingon ni ini. Ang aircon kinahanglang kompatibol sa kwarto. Ay tinuod gyud na. Ang kwarto og aircon mura og lab team kana. Kinahanglan i-kompatibol. Depende sa gidakon sa kwarto, adunay kompatibol nga aircon ni ana. Kung taas ang horsepower sa aircon, unya pagkagamay ra di ay sa imong kwarto, di sayang lang ang kuryente nga imong gikonsumo sa dako nga kompresor. Kung ubos usab ang horsepower, unya pagkadako sa kwarto, di tudo kayod ang imong kompresor. Kanunay galisod sa pagpabugnaw, halab pa sa konsumo. Og siyempre, tungod kay lab team sila, hakog sila. Dili nila gustong i-share ang kabugnaw sa ilang pagminahalay. Busa, kinahanglan walay hungaw. Ang pultahan o bintana, kinahanglang maayo ang pagkasirado para ang kabugnaw dili mapunta sa uban. Dili usab sila gusto nga adunay init nga mosulod ngadto sa ilaha. Busa, kinahanglan ang bintana dili usab masudlan sa uban. Salipdi kini og baga nga kortina para off-limit ang init sa adlaw. Timan konsumo sa kuryente kayang paubson. Easy. Bayron sa kuryente, maubos. Sa paggamit sa aircon, easy energy, efficiency, and conservation. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Electric fan, ang paborito nato nga pampapresko. Kadaghanan nato aduna electric fan sa tanang parte sa balay. Sala, sa kusina, kadanan, kwarto. Ug ang uban bisan sa CR naa. Importante usab nga match ang electric fan sa gidak-on sa lugar nga pahanginan. Kung dako ang lugar, dako usab ang electric fan. Kung gamay ang lugar, gamay usab ang electric fan. Logic lang na, di ba? Pagkahuman, gipili nako ang gamay lang og wattage para gamay ra ang konsumo. Ug kung ang electric fan usab nagkamuritsing sa hugaw, nabugatan og tuyok ang fan. Tudo usab ang kayod sa motor. Ug syempre, mukusog ang konsumo sa kuryente. Sa tinuod lang, kaluod biya pod kayo. Kung nagkamulingit kini sa hugaw, di ba? Basin imo pang mahilamos ang mga hugaw ni ini. Kaluod.
Ew! Yucky!
Busa, kung ang electric fan kanunay limpyo, number 1 lang ang fan speed, ug nakatuto kung asa gikinahanglan ang huyop sa hangin, konsumo sa kuryente niini kaya nga paubson. Easy. Bayronon ko sa kuryente, muubos usab. Timan easy energy, efficiency, and conservation. Easy.
Ini nga energy saving tip hatod kaninyo sa DOE, NEA ug ZANECO.
Taas ba ang konsumo sa kuryente sa imong aircon? Kaya na nga paubson. Easy. Kayang-kaya. Nag-aircon ta para di igangon, di ba? Dili para tugnawon. O, di ba? Togan sa tinood. Gusto lang nato nga mapreskuhan. Dili kay magkurog ta sa katugnaw. Ang konsumo sa kuryente sa aircon tungod sa kompresor ni damor nga mag-andar kini, damor nga magkonsumo. Busa ako, 25 degrees lang ang thermostat. Oh, ayos na. Presko na. Dili kinahanglan sobra kaubos ang sitting.
All right, once again, good afternoon and welcome to the Energy Forum of 2024. The next topic this afternoon will be Understanding Lifeline Rate Program, RA 11552. Understanding the intricacies of the Lifeline Rate Program is crucial. And joining us to unravel the essentials of Republic Act 11552 is a distinguished alumna of the University of the Philippines. She boasts over 2 decades of dedicated public service, encompassing roles in the legislative, judiciary, and executive branches, both in appointed and elected positions. Notably, she served as Chief of Staff to the Secretary of the Department of Energy, DOE, and subsequently held the position of Undersecretary within the same agency for a commendable 3-year period. Following this, she assumed the role of the Commissioner at the Philippine Energy Regulatory Commission, where she served for the entire 7-year tenure. Currently, she lends her expertise as a consultant to Senator Tulfo's office for the Senate Committee on Energy. And additionally, she assumes the role of substitute host for Senator Tulfo's widely followed program, Wanted sa Radio, Rafi Tulfo in Action. It is with great honor that we welcome Attorney Josefina Patricia Magpale Asirit. A round of applause, please.
Daghang salamat, Carl. Maayong hapon kanatong tanan. Maayong hapon sa mga akong kauban diri sa mga lingkuranan diri na akong kawatan o oras kay ako diri karon dili gyud ko mag-explain og kining mga inani lisod kay usa ang uban ani lisod sabton, di ba? Okay ra ninyo umuhatag kog premyo dayon diretso. Ha? Okay, manaog ko ha. Time pa. Naminaw man kamo silahang giistorya ganina. Kay og dili mo makatubag kamo mo'y mag-GCash nako. Ha? Kamo mo'y mag-GCash nako. But actually daghang salamat sa inyong pag-invite nako dire so that I will be able to share some of the learnings that I've had in the past pila naman I guess 14 years. 12 of those actually in the sector, but I have since retired and yes, ang akong career karon showbiz na. So, bantay mo ha, pag binutan mo kay basin matulfo mo. Can I just have the first slide, please? Okay, so arita magsugod sa Lifeline Rate Program. Kung dili ko mahimo mo kananaang mo eksplikar, kung di usa nako ipakita ang inyong katibuk-an nga prangkisa. Okay? This is your franchise area. I got this from your website. And nganong ako yung gustong ipakita, kay pag-abot na ko kagahapon, murag natuyok din ako ang tanan kay didto ko nilanding sa Osamis. So nang hilabot mi Muelsi. Ay Mang Muelsi. Muelsi, di ba? Muelsi ang Osamis, di ba? Oh, nara ay. Didto ko kay ato-ato lang ha. Pila ra man ta kabuok diri, mga 82 ra ta kabuok diri. Doon ako'y importante kaayo nga gitambungan nga conference ngadto nga nagsugod 7 o'clock in the morning. Kamo nalay tag-an ug unsa na nga conference. But this is your franchise area. We pass through beautiful terrain of mountains. So a sea of clouds. So sa mga panganod kanindot kaayo, naligo ko sa Pidwan Falls. Kaadto na mo? Pidwan? Pidwan? Wa pa? Lupig mo na ko. Pero wa ko magtupis, nauwaw ko. Oga shorts ra ko ngadto kay dili kana na ang I could not let it pass. So thank you very much. Ni agi ra gyud mi ngadto niya inko nga hala kanindot diri awa na. Bugnaw kaayong tubig. But I just wanted to show you the extent of the franchise area of ZANECO because it is a responsibility that really extends beyond, okay? Beyond sa inyo harang sphere of influence or where your LGU, the territorial or political territory of your local government unit, or even where our big loads are. Kay usahay god, dili usahay. Mas permi pa kaysa dili nga more often than not, we concentrate just on our all small worlds, di ba? But it is so much bigger than that. And in the field of energy, makaingon gyud ko nga layo kaayog kaabtan ang atong mga lihok para matagaan og kuryente ang tagsa-tagsa nga panimalay sa atuang prangkisa. Okay? The second slide also will show you the franchise area including some fast facts. And this is taken from the Department of Energy. Application, if I am not mistaken, for a power supply agreement that was posted way back in 2021. So sa ato pa, sakto ba dunay 578 barangays on grid ang ZANECO and 7 barangays nga off-grid. Unsa man ang off-grid? Kanang wa sila makonektar sa pinaka main nga distribution line sa ZANECO. Pero ato gihapon silang responsibilidad. And those off-grid areas actually sort of get subsidized also by the rest of the consumers. Unya ako nang ipakita ninyo. Gi-explikar kaganina ni GM ang bahin sa inyuhang supply and demand. Supply asa magikan ang kuryente, nya sa kapaspas ang pagsaka sa panginahanglan sa kuryente munang karon palang daan mangandam na ta para sa kuryente nga atong kinahanglanon 5, 10, 15 years from now. That is how far the forecasting and the foresight of an electric utility should be. Dili lang ta maghuna-huna sa ug-unsay atong atubangon ugma or sa sunod tuig, but the long-term and long-range planning is very important. And I would just like to say that this planning will not happen without you, kamo nga mga LGU officials and mga career executives. Because it is through your efforts also that these investors are able to come in and ZANECO will be able to prepare for their energy requirements. Okay. Una ko mo balik mo anha sa sunod na ko nga slide. Ganahan mog chocolate. Daghan kog chocolate. Manaog ko. Manghatag ko og chocolate. Sige lang, ayaw kaguol, dili ko madagma diri. Didto ko nadagma sa dakong sapa ngadto sa Japan. Kinsay dunay electric bill niya karon nga da. 1, 2, 3. Kanang tulo ka buok. Asa man mo, mga kuan mo no, participants gyud mo, dili mo empleyado. Dili. Okay. 4. Yan pa. Okay. Tayo pa, nganong gidaman, upat lang kabok, tayo pa, huwat lang mo kay unya, doon na po ko yung mga pangutana. Nganong gidaman ninyo, kay wa pa mo kabayad?
Opportunity naman, ma'am. Nganyari, so nibayad na lang.
So nibayad sila. GM, nung bayad sila. Ato na silang imbitahon, ha? Pilay imo ang electric bill nga gibayran?
1812.08.
1,812. Mao ba na ang imuhang normally nga bayran gyud?
Karong lately, nigamay dyan siya.
Oy! Pakpakan. Tay pa, day mga gwapo dire sa luyo. Gwapa man sad kalaya, pero kani mga gwapo dire sa luyo, tanaw na to ni og makatubag basa din ako. Ngano ikaw may nibayad? Dili imong asawa ni bayad?
Sa company, ma'am, nga bill.
Aw, company bill. Pila gibayran sa big load ni sila. Ha? Unsa man pila man ang gibayran ninyo? 3,465,000 inana.
1.4, ma'am.
1.4. Cash na nimo gibayran? Oy, ay pagsaba anak kay ma-hold up niya ka. Tanawan ni paminawan ninyo kining naw nga ayaw kay ipakita sa kuan ha. O diya kay kuan nana. Okay. Ikaw Archie, diin man ka?
Dakak, ma'am.
Dakak. Did you see the sunset last night? Yesterday in Dakak? I did.
Of course.
Di kay kuan. Unsa man ni? Unsa man ni imong gibayran?
Amo ang monthly na ZANECO consumption.
Sa nga company?
Dakak.
The resort.
Dakak Resort.
Kanindot sa inyo. Ganahan unta ko mo apply og trabaho dito bisag unsa, bisag man laba, mang kuan ba. Kay nindot jud kaayo. So, kinsa pa tong usa nga ni Ray sa iyahang hand? Dito. Marag kuan ay dire. Si Mr. Roderick. Sir Roderick, unsa man imong gibayran?
Electric bill.
Ha?
Electric bill.
Oo, electric bill lagi. Ang og tubig ba ako kuryente may ato ang kuan dire. Tay pa, ikaw ba wa man ka maminaw og tarong i-GCash ko 1,000 be? Sige, unsa may imo kang kinsa man nga electric bill?
Amo
Home. Household consumption. Magkapila?
677.
677. Di asa kay chocolate ha? Karon, ang sunod na kong pangutana sa katulad ni kuan, ni tubag nako. Kamo ba inyo man ang gibasa og kanang tanan nga naa dinas inyong electric bill or ang inyo rang tan-awon og pila imong gibayran? Pila unsa man?
Gitbasa, ma'am.
Kasabot ka?
Gamay.
Bantay lang gyud ni Ron. Pila kung naminaw ka kaganina, sige, para makadaog sad ka, doon na kay tagaan sa chocolate or sabon gikan sa Bali, Indonesia. Sabon gikan sa Bali, Indonesia kay aron imong ihatag si imong asawa.
Trip na lang.
Trip dili, pila man kabuk imong asawa?
Si mama.
Aw imo din asawa? Sige. Do you actually look at your bill and understand it?
Sometimes na makong tanawon siya bitaw kay murag natingala ko sa hay nga nganong dako din kani system loss charge nga murag natingala kay kuaning system loss charge nga dako kay siya that actually wala na siya makonsume sa mo manang tang sa paibalo ganiha information nga diha di ay ang atong system loss charge posible nga nakabayad mi binako og kawat personal o mga flying connection may inana pero
gusto na siya mag-lecture. Unsa man ako padayonan nga ipa-lecture na siya?
usa di sa ka factor atong tuwa nga system loss charge.
That is correct. Balikan ti ko niya na akay madawat nga eyeglass holder or sabon. Sabon na lang para sa imong asawa. Usara man kakabok imong asawa. Okay. Sige. Hilom na kay matulfo karon, kalaki ka lang. Okay. Why did I ask? Unya nganong ako mong gipasultiana? Because actually, kung makasabot mo sa inyong electric bill, pwede na mo mulingkod dire. Kamo na, may maglingkod din ha. Okay? No, really, if you're able to understand your electric bill and you see what the components are, you will be able to manage the usage of your electricity. You will be more conscious. Ang ato ang big loads, you as a ang inyong kanang gitawag na demand side management, no? Inyo na nang makamugna mo ana. Okay? My next slide actually will show you the components of your electric bill. And if you were listening kaganina sa kang GM, you will see nga diri ang biggest component of your electricity bill is the generation charge. Ayaw kaguol, Attorney Lumen, huwag kang mag-alala, hindi ka naman namin pagbibintangan. Okay? But that is across all electric utilities. The generation charge really is the biggest component already because lain-lain naman ang gikuhaan og kuryente. Unya, lain-lain ang iyahang presyo. Swerte mo kay nakakuha mo og barato. Okay? That is where long-term planning will really come in. And that is where gituhog nako nga nganong kinahanglan duna sad moy renewable energy. Because ang renewable energy is not subject to fluctuation of prices kay fixed na ang iyang cost for a particular number of years. 15, 20, 25 years. Fixed siya. As opposed to other technologies, conventional technologies like coal, geothermal, gas, kana sila affected by price fluctuation kay ang gisugnod ngadto, no? Ang krudo, ang coal, carbon may tawag na mo ana, no? Lain-lain ang presyo sa merkado. And lain-lain sad ang presyo sa transportation aron moabot na sila diri. And also ang component niya nga dollar, kamo kinsa may daghang mga OFW diri nga mga paryente. Di ba ang dollar fluctuation malipay ta o mutaas kay ang exchange rate nigabot diri nato mas dako og ilis. Pero dili ta malipay ana when it comes to energy because it actually bloats the cost of your electricity supply. Okay? So diri generation kung ani ako more or less ang average ni on the national 55%, no? Average cost of average nga kanana ang portion of your bill is generation. But in ZANECO it was only maminaw ni mo GMO 47, right? 47% universal charges mo na ang katong atuang mga feed-in tariff, universal charge for missionary electrification. Tan-aw ra gud ninyo kay wa pa man ka mo hanap ang inyong mga bill. You will see all of that because unbundled na ang atuang presyo. Government taxes, dako sad. We are a highly taxed industry. Unfortunately, dako na og kaon. It's actually about 10 to 12%. Ang transmission which goes to NGCP is about 8%. And then ang distribution, supply and metering charges ninyo maura na mo na maabot diri sa inyong sa ZANECO is about 15%. Sa inyong murag 12 18%, 16%. So wa ra gyud maglayo. But the topic nako karon which is lifeline, di ara sa others, more or less na ana sa 1%. Sa inyo gani it's nag-negative, no? Oo, nga naman ang negative man na. Pero unya na lang ta magstorya. Unya i-explain ha, taganti kog sabon, ma-explain na nimo unya. But in others, dili na makuan. Let me show you. Tagang sabon. Katawa man ka sir, pila imong gibayran sa imong kuryente?
I don't know because I have not been paying electricity bills for 10 years. 10 years? Yan naman? Solar akong gigamit sa life.
Okay. So, unya ato sa nang hisgutan ha, but you are solar behind the meter. No. O lagi, wala, dili makitaan sa ZANECO ang gamit nimo, no? Dili ka net metering. Nga kanang ulian ka. O sige, kana, mukita ka ana og net metering na nimo. Dako kag kita ana. The next slide, okay, will show you the reason for this unbundling. Ingon ang ato ang balaod, which is the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, nga ang distribution utility kinahanglan nga iyahang mapakita sa tagsa-tagsa ka konsumidor ug unsay gibayran. Unya, pila ang gibayran. Gi-explain ni GM kaganina, di ba, nga adtong unang panahon, why problema? Sinapokor actually mo imuhatag og kuryente, set ang kananaang bundle adto una, di gyud ta maghuna-una kung coal ba na, kung diesel ba na, kung geothermal ba na, kung gas ba na. Nya iset sa NEA, ihatag din nila, bayaran nila, bayad mo, human ang istorya. Mindanao for the longest time has actually been very, very blessed with the fact that you have the Agus and Pulangi hydropower complex. Because if I'm not mistaken, murag na aras piso, no? Dos, one something? 2 to 3, about 2 to 3 pesos. Which is a very, very low rate. And for the longest time, ang katibukan sa power needs of Mindanao, naigo ragyod ang Agus and Pulangi. Unfortunately, well, not unfortunately, because of development, we need more power to bring in more investments. Muna nga, kuwang na ang katurang mga National Power Corporation plants. And that's why we now have the likes of Alsons, Terma South, the Abuetes Group, San Miguel, GN Power, etc., etc. And the introduction also of a lot of renewable companies. Solar, wind, hydro, all of these are coming in because also dito sa gipakita ni GM, we know na ang target sa ato ang national government is to achieve about 30% renewable energy mix. Sa ato pa, ang atong kuhaan og kuryente, 30% na dapat by 2030. And then inig ka 2040, 10 years later, dapat 50% na. Sakto ko? Ako'y makadaog og sabon ani karonda. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Kini, akong ipakita ninyo, it's not ZANECO, but it's a CELCO. So, inyo haragya pong igsuon nga electric cooperative dire. Just to show you nga, halos parihas ang itsura, di ba? Because your bill is actually approved. Ang itsura ng inyong bill is approved by the ERC. Unya, dili mahimo, magbutang ang ZANECO dinha, og ilahang paninglon ninyo kung wala na naaprubahan sa ERC, including kanang mga power supply agreements. Okay? Diri, kung makita ninyo, pila ra kabuok ang mahabilin dinhi sa inyuhag yung kooperatiba. Ang mahabilin is your supply charge. Okay? Your, asapay ka na mura green o color. Your distribution, sorry, ang yellow de o color. Supply charge, distribution charge, metering charge, o kanang gitawag nato nga RFSC, Reinvestment Fund for Sustainable Capex. Maluoy in town ta sa ZANECO, kay sila gyud pirmi mo ay sadan, o mutaas ang kuryente, or mag-brown out, but much, and a lot of it, really, in my 12 years in the industry, I know nga dili na tanan sala og responsibilidad sa inyong kooperatiba. And it takes a lot of communication and efforts to do an information campaign para masabtan ni sa tagsa-tagsa nga konsumidor. Distribution, supply, and metering charges. That is what mainly, and the only thing actually that goes to your ZANECO Electric Cooperative. Kung naminaw mo kaganina, gi-flash pag yun to, pila ang inyuhang DSM rate. Raise your hand if you have the answer. Nakadaog na ka, ayaw nagtubag. Nakadaog na ka. Sige, sir. Sige, nakadaog na ka.
It's 1 peso and 61 centavos.
Tumpak, and you won an eyeglass holder. Oy, timing kay nag-glasses ra ba siya? Ako sang ihatag ang sabon para sa iyahang pinalanggang asawa. Yes, there you go. 1 peso and 61 centavos. Maura na ang muabot sa inyuhang kooperatiba para isweldo nila sa ilahang mga tao. Para ilahang mapabasa ang metro ninyo. Masayo pag yun, no? Masayo pag yun og basa. That is what gets to them. This entire thing is what that video was all about. So kung mahimo, GM, no, atong tagaan ang tagsa-tagsa ka mga munisipyo at the local kanina ang governments, dadon nila nga to para mintras maniudto sila, Ina na, tanaw sila niya, mag-exam sad kintuhay sila, pero dili na ako'y mutubag sa madagan, no? Bahala na mo ana kung kinsay makatubag. But this will show you where your peso goes and how much of it. Next slide, please. Okay? I will also give you a copy of this because it's very easy to understand and then you can go back to it just for reference purposes para mas masabtan sa ato ang mga uban pang kaigsuonan, no? Ang components of the electricity bill, gidiscuss na kaganina dito sa video, this is the narrative. Generation, transmission, system loss charge. That was what was being talked about. Ang system loss charge, dili mahimo magpataka ang ato ang kooperatiba nga mo butang og unsay system loss charge. There is a cap. Okay? You are well below the cap. Right now, the cap for electric cooperatives, and if I'm not mistaken, nasa 10.25 mo. But that is going to be reviewed. Ang inyuha is 8%. Unfortunately, katong difference sa cap, which is about 2%, dili pa man to, patay incentive, no? Wala pa, no? Nga kanang mahatag unta ninyo kung kuan sila, below the cap sila. But that's one of the things being studied. Next slide, please. Okay? Distribution, supply, and metering charges. Again, muna ang, pila? 1.61. Kining nakapula, muni ang ako ang i-discuss ninyo. Because it talks about subsidy, discount. Usaan ng mga subsidy is the lifeline rate. Okay? Lifeline rate subsidy. Before the next slide, what is your understanding of lifeline? What is a lifeline? Sabon, gikan sa bali. Sige, sa inyo lang nasabtan. What is a lifeline? Nakadaog naman sad ka. Nakadaog na lagi ka. Tayo pa. Unsa para ninyo, ma'am? Dire na lang ko ba sa dire. Sige. Can I ask the ISD? Unsaon niyo pa is what is a rate that is imposed to whom? Marginalized sector. Okay? What is the legal basis for that? So, di kita magkuwang og balaod. Wa kita magkuwang og balaod. Para ani? We have the following. Republic Act 9136, which is the EPIRA. Republic Act 10150, which extended the implementation of the lifeline rate. And then, another Republic Act to further extend. Karon ang pag-extend sa dili lang kay 20 years, kundi 50 years para mas matun-an pa og unsa ning lifeline rate. It is not a joke to fulfill the responsibility of lighting up an archipelagic nation. Archipelagic meaning we have a lot of islands. Dili malalim. Sa inyuhan na lang daan, GM, di ba? Kining pito ninyo ka off-grid, lisod-lisod gyud. Because unsa may cost-benefit ana, will you actually be able to earn from it or mas out ang kwarta? Di ba? So, that is a very difficult task. Para sa black rice, coconut cream soap, who can tell me how many islands we have in the Philippines? High tide. High tide or low tide? Kamuno mga karaang tao gyud mo. Kay ngano si kani asawa ni Agamulak si Charlene Gonzalez, uy teenager na mga anak. Ang katong high tide, low tide ka pa siya adto. So klaro kayong mga karaang tao mo. Pero sige, pila ang atoang how many islands do we have in the Philippines? Uy, kamoy Gcash nako. No, we have more than 7,107 islands. Dali, Google dayon. Dera, ikaw na akong taga-answer kay naka-Google ka og paspas. We actually have 7,641 islands because in 2014, ang NAMRIA, which maps the islands, was actually able to come into new technology that allowed them to see all these additional islands. Wala naman sila may high tide or low tide. And gitanaw pa kung these are actually inhabited islands. But I'm sure a lot of them are inhabited islands. Okay? It is no joke to be able to put in power or electricity. Right now, we are at the threshold of the 97%, 95% sitio electrification. That's why we are doing household electrification. But that's the national level. In Mindanao, we are up at about 87% last count. ZANECO, pila inyong electrification level? 89%. That is just about the average also of Mindanao. But we would like to bring that up some more. And how do we do that? When we have so many brothers and sisters who cannot even afford ang katuintaong lampara. Okay? That is why we have a lifeline rate. Okay? So, just a rundown of the legal basis. Doon na pa'y joint resolution ang Department of Energy, ang Energy Regulatory Commission, o ang DSWD to, they came up with the implementing rules. Panahon na ni Com Alexis, appeal na sila ani, pagpirma ani. So that they could come up with the implementing rules para makasigurado ta nga ang lifeline rate nato will be implemented and will be enjoyed as a benefit, as a privilege by really the true marginalized sectors of our communities. Okay? Ang usa pa nga legal basis ana, and GM, I will be able to give you the original, dili ang original copy, but a copy of the ERC case number 2001-988, Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperative Unbundling Decision. Kinsay akong gipangutan-an gani adto og kanana ang nakakuha ba ko dili si Aina. Si Ara? Si Ara? Oh. But I will be able to give you a copy and it will show you og yun sa pag-decide sa ERC adtong una ang kanang lifeline rate. Okay? Next slide please. Daghan pa kog time, Ains. Ha? 9? Okay. Sige. Bahala na. Akong kawatan og kana na ang kuan oras si kuan. Binlan lang tikaw 5. Okay, binlan tikaw 5. Ang Republic, mo na ni ha, Republic. Republic Act 11552. So 20 years to 50 years unya ipa-determine sa ERC ang bag-ong level of consumption. Pero mintras wala pa na siya, gamiton gihapon nato ang katong old nga unbundling decision. I'll show you that later. And then it also defined og kinsa ang mga qualified marginalized end users. Next slide please. Okay? Next slide please. Okay. Ang lifeline rate is now a function of the poverty threshold level nga giset sa DSWD or makuha ni sa Philippine Statistics Authority. What is this threshold level? Kana bitawng pilay dapat nga kitaon sa usa ka pamilya para mahimo siyang mabuhi og kananaang tarong o kanang di siya magutom kada adlaw. I will show you 2015, 2018, and 2021 because every 3 years na nga gi-estudyuhan. Okay? 2015, you only needed per family of 5 about 9,478 pesos. In 2018, you needed 10,756. In 2021, you needed 12,030 pesos for a family of 5. In the first half of 2023, it was determined that you need at least 13,797 per month. This is as a whole, ha? Lahi pa tong food poverty threshold, which is a little bit lower. This one, all in na, food and other basic necessities. Sa ato pa, if you are not earning that much, you are in the poverty unsani ka na ang level. Okay? Based on Republic Act 8425, the poor refers to individuals and families whose income fall below the poverty threshold as defined by government and or those that cannot afford in a sustained manner to provide their basic needs of food, health, education, housing, and other amenities. Mauna ni karon ang gitan-aw gyud sa DSWD, sa ERC, o sa DOE, nga katong mga tao that fall into that particular segment, maoy mabulahan. Nga naman, because we found out na, doon naman di ay mabulahan, ani nga, dili gyud angay. Because our basis previously was only consumption. Meaning, next slide please. Okay, next slide please. Next slide, please. Tempa, ha? Okay. Kini, does it look familiar? This is yours. Okay? All of the previous slides are narratives that explain what this is all about. Ang lifeline rate, mao ang subsidiya o diskwento nga ihatag sa kwalipikadong miyembro konsumante. Ikaw mo pasar kung ang konsumo nimo wa mo lapas og 20 kilowatt hours. That's the pinakataas na threshold. If you are only consuming 20 kilowatt hours, you get a 5% discount. Kung 19 kilowatt hours, you enjoy 10%. Kung 18, you enjoy 20%. Sa ato pa, sa anam nga pagkaus-us sa imuhang konsumo, mas dako ang imong diskwento. Those who are earning less than 15 kilowatt hours and below, you're actually getting a subsidy of 50%. But who is entitled to this? In the new law, okay, you will have to be a member of the Pantawid Pamilyang Pilipino Program. 4Ps. Okay? Kung dili, okay, kung dili ka, you are not a member of 4Ps, pero makita o ma-prove nga naa ka sa poverty threshold nga gitakda sa PSA. Right now, it's the 12,000, di ba? You are a marginalized user. Okay? I will show you later kung unsay mga requirements ana. Kinsa ang dili kwalipikado? Bisan pa og 20 kilowatt hours or less ang imuhang gigamit, Pero naa ka nagpuyo og condominium or subdivision, gawas adtong mga housing, government housing, wa kay labot. Okay? Unya, kung nag-net metering kasad, parehas ni sir, wala na ni siya labot kay og mag-net metering siya. Dili na na. Wa sad kay labot. Okay? Ang katusang nakalapas or sani ka nang nangawat ba? Unya, nasakpan, unya, na-penalize and determined, bahala na, bisag pag 10 kilowatt hours na imong gigamit, dili na ka mahimo mo avail na. So, really, what the law now wants to see is katugyong mga nanginahanglan. Mo'y ato ang matabangan. It was discovered, syempre, di ba, og kunuhay na akay balay, pero wa man ka magpuyo din ha, or kanana ang it's a vacation house. Beach resorts, di ba? Nga kanang naidaghan kayo mo diri ana. And then you only go there once a month, or every other month, or bisan pag twice a month, pero di mo abot og 20 ang inyong gamit. Di ba? Kay you are there during the day. Why mag-andar nga refrigerator? You are not entitled. Okay? Because you do not belong to the marginalized sector. Okay? Next slide, please. Okay? Unsay mga requirements. Okay? So these are your requirements. You need to have an accomplished application form, magdaka sa imuhang electric bill or last nimong electric bill sa ZANECO, and one government ID or 4-piece ID nga dunay pirma og address sa aplikante. Okay? Easy enough. Diba? Kung marginalized user ka nga dili 4-piece, same application form, same nga kananaang electric bill or resibo gikan sa ZANECO, unya government ID, and a certification from the Social Welfare Development Office. Kamu na na. All the LGUs have a social SWDO, if I'm not mistaken. That's what we call it, right? Kamu mo oy maghashas ana to check, and you issue a certification because they will need to bring that to our electric cooperative. Next slide, please. Okay. Ang deadline of submission unta ana adto pang July 30. This was the initial salvo. Okay? Unfortunately, daghan kaayong wa pa makahibaw bitaw. So gidetermine sa ERC, DOE and the DSWD nga i-extend ang deadline. The deadliest deadline is actually now. The next slide will show you sorry. Can we go backtrack? Backtrack ba? Ko kay Bauda. Forward forward. Forward. Okay. Forward lang usa pa. One more forward. Okay. The deadliest deadline, according to January 17 advisory of the ERE, kung Alexis, wala pa tayo bag-o, no? Except, kana, no? Okay. The ERC reminds all distribution utilities of their obligation to discontinue the grant of the lifeline rate to non-qualified, katong wala magpalista o balik, okay? No later than 2 billing cycles from January 1. Which means that billing cycle is the February billing cycle. Sakto? So, ugwa pagyod makapalista hantud aning I think murag naa po may hantud kining February, no? Dili na. And January 31 para masud gyud sila. And that's where ZANECO will need the LGU's assistance to be able to reach all of those lifeliners. Kay kasagaran ani inila in town basig di lang kamao, wa kay bawo unsaon, or tungod kay nagtrabaho, or naa sa laing lugar, di nila maatiman. Okay? The ERC, the DOE, and the DSWD also do not want to keep on extending. Nga naman, magsalig manggod. Unya, kinsay magsagubang ni ining difference. Remember, this is a subsidy. Kay wa man nila bayri ang katibukan sa ilahang bayran. Kay bawo mo kung kinsay nagbayad ana. Kinsa man? Kinsa? Kita. Kamo. So if they are only paying 50% of what they are consuming, di baya na matablang adtos mga generator. Kay gigamit man gyud ang kuryente. It's a subsidy that the rest of the consumers actually pay for. Diba? Can you go back to one slide, please? Another slide. When this was determined before, way back in March 28, 2003, ang bana-bana sa ERC at that time, based on the billing determinants submitted and whatnot, no? Ang cost ani to each one of the member consumers was 0.0299. So more or less 3 centavos. That 3 centavos is multiplied to your kilowatt hour consumption. And you pay for that. So kung you are 100 kilowatt hours, 3 centavos, so murag 30 pesos? Sakto ba ko? 3 pesos. Muna nag-abogado ko kay, di taganahan kay mga math-math ba? So 3 pesos ang imong gibayaran. Kung 1,000 kilowatt, for the big loads, this is a lot. Diba? Because they do pay for it. Dako na, tanawa ra gud pila inyuhang gibayaran anang sa lifeline. Dako gina do kay og minilyon ng imuhang kuan, dako gina. So that's why ingon ani ang gibuhat karon. Because previously unsa may determine, how did the ERC determine? At that time there was no other parameter except consumption. Og pila ra iyang gigamit. That's why ilahang consider duha ka suga at 20 watts and a 50-watt radio. In taon po doy, wa pa gani cellphone, inana ato na, di ba? Being used for a reasonable number of hours. And that's how it came to being a mauni ang sa ZANECO. This is not the same everywhere else, ha? Next slide, please. I will show you that in the next slide, kunuhay sa ANECO. Silingan rasad nato. Ang ilahang lifeline ngadto from 0 to 40 kilowatt hours. Kita diri hantud ra 20. Sila hantud 40. Kunya muna ilahang rate. Sa Antique, kutob ra 20 pero sa ilahang discount 5 to 7%. 7% na ang pinakadako. 'Di ba? Sa atoa diri ang pinakadako is 50. Agusan del Sur 0 to 25 kilowatt hours. So lain-lain. But now, the ERC, the DOE, and the DSWD would like to rationalize that. Okay? Next slide, please. Sorry. Can we go back? Can we go back? Katong na ko ma. Sige. One more. Sige pa. Sige pa. Katong narrative. Okay. I would also just like to remind you that as a general rule, ang katusyang kung kang kinsa nakapangan, ang metro, siya dapat. Pero pwede ra na nga, doon na tayo, unsa tawag na to, exception. Okay? If the applicant marginalized end user is a family or household member living in the same household covered by the electric service, in cases where the dwelling unit being serviced by the DU is being leased, giabangan in town. Okay? In that case, pwede niyang ipakita nga nag-abang siya, iyang lease contract. Pero ambot lang, no? Doon na ba ka mga lease contract pa ba in town? Wala, di ba? Which makes it kind of difficult. But maybe a note, some kind of acknowledgement, or maybe even the barangay can help out. Magbuhat na lang og template para, ito-diretso na, hatag na. A lot of the challenges that actually are faced in the registration is the difficulty in the paperwork in town. But we cannot also do without the paperwork. Kaya kinahanglan magsadyod na to tanawon o angay ba siyang matagaan, di ba? In cases where the dwelling unit being serviced is being leased to a beneficiary of the 4Ps or any member of the 4Ps beneficiary. Again, provided that they are in actual possession of the house, of the dwelling place. Muna importante. And proof of residence must be given. Okay? One slide, please. Back one slide. Back. So again, mauni ang mga requirement. Kung 4Ps beneficiary ka, duly accomplished form, recent electricity bill, valid government ID. Kung other marginalized ka, ang confirmation or validation will come from the certification, no, of the Social Welfare Development Officer. Okay? Kung renewal lang, certification from the local SDWDO nga within 6 months nga kuan ka gihapon, mao gihapon ka, lifeliner gihapon ka. Okay? These may be quite easy for us na makasabot. But believe me, it's cumbersome for the lifeliners. And that's where we will need really the help of our local government units and maybe even for our big loads within your community. Kung makatabang ta, CSR na to ba? Tabang ta nang palit sa tangad tog bananakyo nga tos iyang baligyan ang tinda, baligyan ba niya? Naka-register na kanang. We can help them in whatever way we can. Next slides, please. Forward. Kaya magduwa ta. Okay. I will give you, last na. I will give you 1 minute to count. How many triangles do you see? And I will choose. Ang katong kahibaw na ani ayaw na magtubag. Pero kibaw ko nga, di gihapon mo ka unsa ang pag-ihap, no? Okay. Sige. 1 minute. Can you give them 1 minute? Okay. How many triangles do you see? (21, 16, 38. Nay mga nagihap ay. Unya asa man sila magsugod ngadtos pinakadako, pinakagamay. Okay, last 30 seconds. Humana? Wala pa. Okay. Pila ka How many triangles do you see? Last 15 seconds. 35. 9. 109? Lahi isa din sila diri na. Lahi ang tigbayad og mga tag 1 million ba? And you're done. Ma'am Lilia, pila ka buok triangle imo nakitaan?
Ma'am, 12 bago ako. Ma'am, 12.
12. Okay, naakay sabon. Pila ka buok imong nakitaan? 3. Daog gyapon ka. Daog gyapon ka. Ayaw sad mo pataka. Basta kay 3 man yang nakitaan ngadto. Tempa. Dere. Ha? Adonis, kagwapo sa imong pangan. Pila ka ba kayo manakitan?
4.
4. Daog yapon ka. Akong pangutanon di adres luyo kay si board press nagsigig katawa ay kay bawo naman siya ani. Pila ka ba kayo manakitan board? 7. Daog yapon ka. 7. Di actually ganahan lang jud ko manghatag ba? Okay. Be, kinsa pa diri ganahan mo ingon. Ikaw sir, pila ka ba kayo manakitan?
4.
4. Okay. Sabon para sa imong asawa. Alexis, how many triangles do you see? 4 sad. Ari na lang ako ihatag kan Jessa, ha? Si Sir Johannes. 17. So far, ikaw mo'y pinakataas nga gihatag nga numero, no? Okay. Pilay mo? 21. Okay. What was my question? How many triangles do you see? And I was giving away prizes no matter what number you were giving me. Why? Because my question was, how many triangles do you see? I cannot judge you for what you see. So you are correct in what you see. But that is not what everybody else might see. Right? Same sa ato ang kinabuhi, parihas sa ato ang personal o sa ato ang mga profesional na kinabuhi, we will have our own interpretation of things. We will have our own numbers to count. But what is important is that we respect each other's choices, each other's opinions and decisions, and we try to find out nganong maumay iyahang nakitaan, nganong ingon ana man ang iyahang naihap. I give you that reminder because this community needs to understand that to be able to be of service sa atuang mga kaigsuonan. We cannot always be right, but if we work together, we can make things right. Maayong hapon ka natong tanan.
Once again, thank you so much, Attorney Josefina Patricia Magpale Asirit. Thank you so much sa chocolates and sa sabon from Bali, Indonesia. Naminaw ba tanan ni Attorney Aina? Naminaw tanan? Safe rata, dili rata matulfo. How about another round of applause for Attorney Josefina Patricia Magpale Asirit. Thank you so much, Attorney. Moving on, let's now go to our next topic. The impact of ARCOA WISM to ZANECO power system. Hold on to your seats as we now explore the impact of retail competition and open access wholesale electricity spot market on ZANECO's power system. And to enlighten us on this vital topic, our next speaker is a distinguished alumnus of the Ateneo de Davao University, completing his academic journey from elementary through his law degree, possessing a legal tenure of 15 years. He gained admission to the Philippine Bar in 2008, and in 2016, he served as a member of the board of the Movie and Television Review and Classification Board, MTRCB, before assuming a role in the commission appointed by former President Rodrigo Roa Duterte. Currently, he holds the distinction of being the youngest commissioner at the Energy Regulatory Commission, or ERC. As one of the two Mindanaoan commissioners in the present commission, with less than 2 years left in office, he aspires to carve out a legacy of empowerment and advocacy for the interest of energy stakeholders, particularly in the Mindanao Electric Cooperatives. Let us warmly welcome our ERC Commissioner, Attorney Alexis M. Lumbatan. A round of applause, please.
Thank you so much, Carl. Maayong hapon sa tanan. Nangaluya naman mo eh. Una-una nila ba, ogway hatag chocolate na iskom, samot yun may kaluya ini. Wa po kuidang chocolate, wa po kuidang sabon, bisan lugod, wa po kuida. Pero doon ako ihatag ninyo niya. Anyway, good afternoon, and I'd like to thank ZANECO for this wonderful opportunity to be here. I thank you for the invitation. Our board president, the members of the board of directors of ZANECO, maayong hapon, ug salamat, ug labi na sa ulahin ako pasalamat si GM, kay doon ako istorya niya. Of course, akong manang kaniadto sa Energy Regulatory Commission og manang hantod karon. Kinisod ko sa ERC 2018. Nag-uban mi ni Comay na for 2 years because Comay na retired in 2020. And being from Mindanao, Bisaya speaking or Cebuano speaking, nangita din ko kinsa may Bisaya ani. Ang una din na akong nadangpan, akong manang ay na. So daghan kay kog natun-an sa iya. As a matter of fact, ng akong Power 101 because when I joined ERC, what you ko'y idea how the electric industry works. And I exerted efforts attempting to read EPIRA, knowing or expecting that after reading the Electric Power Industry Reform Act, I would gain knowledge. Na-frustrate ko kay di ko kasabot. And I found comfort in the first words or first of the many rather nga tambag ni Comay na sa ako dong ayaw ka balaka kay mo retire na ko sa 2020 dili pag yun kumpleto akong nahibawan because the energy sector is so fast, it evolves that not anyone can really have a full grasp of what the whole power industry is and where it is moving forward. And that's why it is important for me to tell you about our COA, because this is one of those things really that are new to all of us, especially diri sa Mindanao. So, maayong hapon manang aina. And nindot kayo ang first name sa atong unang nga nag-istorya kaniya kay si Attorney Lumen. Luminary gini siya sa pag-abot sa energy law. So, atong palakpakan si Attorney Lumen Balboa. And si GM, kay mo, the first time I came here to Dipolog, I think that was the second. The first time was in 2015 when Baste and I went around to campaign for then Mayor Rodrigo Duterte for the presidency. That was in 2015, ani ko diri nangampanya, but that was very quick, dali ra kayo. But the only time nga nakapundo, nakababad gyud ko diri sa Dipolog was just last year. And so, nagduwa ko 4x4 ngadto sa Katipunan kang Mayor Mikey Wong. Unya, pag-abot na ko sa airport, gisugat ko sa akong mga amigo, niya na sila nga, Lex, gi-imbitar biya sa usa ka birthday celebration. Nako, kakinsang birthday sa asawa sa akong amigo nga kaila pud nako nga friend pud nako from Davao. And so I attended the small birthday celebration. Unya ana tong birthday celebrant, Lex, nako ipaila-ila nimo. Kuy kini electric co-op gini sigurado hangad-hangad nako asanay ko. Taud-taud ni abot si GM Jordan. Nagsanina pa siya sa Zaneco. Siya pasaylo jud ko kay kining wa jud ko kailis og sanina para sa party. Nya ginan ko siya, ayo ko ati ka GM kay imo ginang gituyo nga sanina gid sa Zaneco kay ERC good ko. But anyway, giingnan dayon ako si GM. Tagaay kog listahan sa imong pending sa ERC. Tabangan ta ka. Ha? Yun na inyong GM, abdik pas manatad, tsakom, kadayot lang ha, nigawas, nagdala na daig brown envelope, mo ni akong listahan sa akong pending. Di ba? Tinuod na, buhi pa magina GM ro, no? Oh, tinuod na, listahan na dito, na ubay-ubay. Pero niya na ko, GM, tabangan ta ka. Kaya niya na man to akong amiga, ang imong birthday gift na lang sa kuha, ang imong tabang kang GM og sa Zaneco. Anak ko, okay, may problema. So, kana naman day, okay ra. Sa dihang nagkaon ako sa laming pagkaon, mantay, wak mang giguundangin ni GM. Sa akom, kadiyot lang ha, total naan namang gikadir eh. Nakoy na kong problema, ang among precious kurente, 17 pesos. Anak ko, ma'am. When was this? 2020, last year, at 2022. Muna'y problema na mo, dugay na mo nang gisagub. 17 pesos, perti man dakuha na, ma'am. So, anak ko, sige, magstorya tapuhon. Anak ko, lami yun siguro o magstorya tangan to sa Manila. That's why I encourage po, katong may storya na ko nga mga kooperatiba. Mag-istorya man ko ninyo, direta sa ato ang mga franchise area, no? Pero lahi yun ang magstorya ta sa Manila. Kaya nga, no, kanang kung doon natin kinanglan sa isa ka service, legal service, regulatory operation service, mahangyo dayon nato sila. O ma-prepare po nato ang atong kami sa ARC, ma-prepare na mo, ma-pinpoint na mo kung sa'y problema sa kining kooperatiba. So, okay. Di na human ang gabi eh. Pagkaugma, lumba na kong 4x4 dito sa Katipunan. So, niya na, amot lang kailan mo, si Tito Raymond Sagin. Ana siya, Lex, anay ra ko diri sa kuan be sa coffee shop kay magsuestorya ta. Anak ko way problema tito, do na po ko ipaila-ila nimo kukini. Di pag abot na ko dito, matay si GM na pod. Nilat si mo ngobo. Di niya na ako. Ay live batas FB. Pasaylo atawon ko. So, nag-istorya na pod mig GM. So iya na pong gisaysay dito. Dito ko niingon sa iya ha. O sige GM, kani mga pending nimo total dugay naman ni naka-pending. Ato pag ini papindingon unahon ta ni imong kaning imuhang rate kay balaka kay ko. And so pagka Sunday I flew back to Manila and the first thing I did after the flag ceremony was to talk to the members of the commission. If you're familiar, the Energy Regulatory Commission is composed of 4 commissioners and 1 chair. So ako silang gistorya tanan. Kay giingnan nako sila sa paglingkod nako in 2018. Wa ko'y laing huna-huna o way sulod sa akong huna-huna kundi pagtabang una sa Mindanao Cooperatives. Tinuod. Buhi pa man jud ko. Kaya nga no, I don't know if I'm right when I say nga ako ang abot lang ako bay una nga Mindanaoan commissioner under ERC, but first o dili, gusto ko mutabang sa kooperatiba kay mo na gusto na kong legasiya. So nakasabot sila. So what's your problem? What is your concern? I told them, ZANECO. Dinana si Comcates, you know, I went there for that PSA caravan ba? Oh. PSA caravan. And that feisty GM, okay siya. Sabi ko, oo nga, kausap ko siya. Ang kulit nga eh. Sabi niya, hindi. Bakit anong problema ni Jordan? Sabi ko, eto yung problema niya. You know what? I talked to the chair, and it took us what? Manimbaw ito kong balihibo. Within 3 months, gisaka na mo itong kaso nga na mo'y naghatag din yung problema. Gistadihan yun na to. So karong umaabot ng eleksyon, dabita mo na mo tagnidagan na ni. Ibuto ko. Pagkasaka sa komisyon, gingnan ako si GM, tabangi kog ampo diha sa kuan, sa diha sa dipulo kung asa ka man karon. Kay ang inyong kaso mo na ning giatubang namo ron. Karatihon gyud ako nigtaman. Pero di lang ko mo mention sa kuan ha, sa generation company. Karatihon ko nigtaman. And so sa tinuod pa, gipanit-panitan gyud namo. Ang nabilin perti na yung sinawa nga murag ulo na gyud ni Siri ug ulo na nako ang nabilin. Ang laklaktod nga storya ang epekto sa pag-intervene sa ARC, which was of course our job or our trust in the ARC. We were able to find out unsay problema and we were able to give a solution. And now you're enjoying one of the reasons you're enjoying a very low rate here in ZANECO. Ha? Okay. Nagpasalamat si GM nako. Kay mo no, inani ay paspas. Tabi lang ni ato, unya na lang arkowa, di ba? Unya masamta na ninyo. Simple na nga konsepto. Inani ba? Kaya may Melsi diri na isang ko, mga amigo po nato na. Because my father comes from, Melsi 2 days sila sa Oroquieta City. So during summer mo, suri pag Oroquieta. Balik tagtabi. Kani bang elektriko op? Tama, I will take off from what Aina said earlier. Na, you know, kaning pagpanirbisyo bitaw, in its general sense, it's really a thankless job. Kami sa ERC, it is a thankless job. Kibaw ka, maningkamot ka, di gyapon ka, nahibaw-an namo dito nga naarkidi ay pod sa elektriko o kung maningkamot sila. Later, I will explain to you very briefly and simply how important WESM is to Mindanao. So, ang akong punto ingon ani, kay kung wala ko samok-samukan ni GM og duha ka gabi atong una na kung anis dipolog. Kung wa say huna-huna, nama bright man siya kay abogada man by default. Kauban pagin big bar examination in 2007. But apat tayong abogado, pwede tayong mag-MCLE sa energy law, di ba? Magmadyong, adi mo ko kamao ang madyong. Anyway, kung puro bright way kasing-kasing, impas gyud. Liman ka og wala ko dukdukan ni GM nga tabangi mi diri. Og kung wa puy kasing-kasing ang regulator, impas gyud tanan. Pag nasa 19 na takaron o 18. Batungod sa kamaayo sa kooperatiba dunay kasing-kasing ug labaw sa tanan sa kasakabaga sa ilang mga naong nanaog yun nato ang presyo sa ZANECO. Atong palakpakan ang electric cooperative. Ha? Mo na itinuod diha. Di ba? Kadi lang. Ay, naku nalimtan og acknowledge. Of course, ang atong mga big loads, Muelsi 1 and Samselco, to all of you, maayong hapon. By the way, we are so glad that we have with us today the 2022 Miss Universe General Santos City nga candidate, si Miss Jessalyn. Atong pakpakan. Miss Universe na! Muingon sila nga, sultiha guningkom, nga gwapa kay uyab. Namoy kamera, itutuki ra guni, i-focus ra guni akong dagway. Asa may kamera ani? Dire. Ipaduol ra gud. I-focus ba? Adi po sila kay balo. Oo. Kining naong nga. Oo, ipaduol. Ay dili, ako ang naong dili iya ha? Ako ang naong naglibog, bulabog. Adi, itudlok na lang. Itudlok ko na lang na. Kanang naong nga, di na gwapo. Di man ginagwapo, pero tutuki lang. Di ba maluoy mo? Maluoy na lang kita ni tanan. Bitaw? Tungod po sa kaluoy na to, purbida, na kalingkawasta. Anyway, dagan pa unta kong tabi, gihurot man ni kumay na. Ang akong oras, pero dito, nalipay ko kay murag reunion na po namo tanan. akong sugdan ang ARCOA. But I will not go to the very katong mga detailed na kaayo and technical and katong mga complex issues niya. But this is good news for all of us. Okay. The retail electricity market for in Mindanao. Next slide, please. Oh. Ang RA 9138 is the Electric Power Industry Reform Act. Kini sa Section 31 requires that there should be a retail competition and open access. Basahon ko na lang sa allows electricity end users to freely choose their suppliers of electricity whom they deem to offer the power supply arrangements with the most competitive price and terms. Next slide, please. Kana. Kini nga slide, madali na kayo sabton. Muna siya ang ARCOA. Ang sa kasamtangan, wapay ARCOA, gikan sa generation company. Ganiha, gi-explain po ni ganiha. Gikan sa generation company, planta, adto na sa transmission, NGCP. Oh, generation charge, transmission charge, o ni adto sa distribution utility, which is ZANECO, dunay distribution charge, up to the end user or the EU. Muna karon atong ginahimo. But when ARCOA will be launched in February this year, lahi na. So, katong dunay mga load nga 1 megawatt, karon kay 500 naman, 500 kilowatt hours nga consumption, pwede na nga direkta na sa supplier. So, kung makita na ninyo, gikan sa end user, diretso na siya palit sa planta. Unsa may diferensya anak ko nga gikan gyapon planta padung mangyapon sa end user. Lahi manggod ang methodology or ang rate setting pag-abot sa distribution utility. Kaya doon naman ay daghang kontrata, di ba? Nakita ninyo asa gina-source sa ZANECO ang inyuhang power. Kini usara ang inyuhang kuhaan nga planta. So usaray presyo ana, di na magbag-o. Wa may blended rate kay usara man ang kuhaan ninyo og power. Ikaduha, ang kontrata nga gi-enter ni ZANECO on behalf of the member consumers ngadto sa generation company muagi na sa ERC. So, power supply agreement mo man ang kontrata sa ZANECO, for example, sa Alsons, kinahanglan mo saka na sa ERC aron aprobahan ang rate kay trabaho man na sa ERC nga mag-rate set or rate fix, no? Ang kining kuan ARCOA wa na ingon ana, di na musaka sa ERC aron approve pa. Meaning to say bilateral without intervention from the regulator. Now, it being bilateral, ariglo, negotiate gud mong taman ana sa planta kay direct. So magistorya mo sa inyong price or terms. The most competitive, the most with value added nga mga incentives mo to'y kwaon ninyo. So, ang inyong presyo for a particular contract, kini inyong kontrata sa ARCOA, nga i-enter ninyo sa retail electricity suppliers, muna to inyong kontrata, hantod-hantod na. So, di na magsaka kanaog. Dili na blended inyong rate. Retso na mo. But, mubayad most likely or we expect that mas lower pa gyud ang iyahang rate kaysa sa katong usual nga moagi gyud sa DU. Ang mawad-an ba og kita ang DU? I think affected. But dili gyud mawagtang ang DU or even the transmission sa whole picture. Kay mobayad man gihapon tag transmission rate ana. Didto man na ibutang sa kontrata ninyo sa inyong RES contract. Mubayad bang gyapon tag distribution. Mubayad bang gyapon tag metering. But managed. But mas personal ang terms nga most suitable sa inyong requirement. Kumpanya ba o planta ba ni or mall ba ni. So, in ZANECO, later on I will show you the slide. In ZANECO, we have identified 5 end user consumers nga mo qualify na sa ARCOA. Ang atong data as of January 2024. So anyway, that is essentially how it looks for ARCOA. Karon, pangutana, ZANECO, nalang ba mahimong RES or Retail Electricity Supplier si ZANECO? Di ba? Mawad-an ko, for example, Dakak. Si Dakak ni decide mo kuha kang sabi doon, for example, GN Power. Mukuha siya kang GN Power. Pero, ariglo sila dito. Mas barato sa Zaneco ni. Okay, diretso, pirmahan na ita. Ang inyong power, nga kwaon, although gikan na sa planta, paliton ninyo na sa RES. Ha? Kaya lang ha, balik tak, akong igubot. End user, ang kining retail electricity supplier, mo source out ni siyag power niya, nga ibaligya. And it may be that, lahi-lahi nga planta iyang palitan. Pero inyong kaistorya, usara. So magstorya mo capacity, price, terms, ug uban pa nga mga provision sa kontrata. Pero usara inyong kaistorya, ang retail electricity supplier. No? Sa separate juridical entity, lahi gyud na siya nga nga kumpanya. Pero most likely ang RES are those which are connected to the plants also. But most importantly, ang RES can be a local res, meaning to say the local nga electric cooperative or local distribution utility. So pwede si Zaneco, maski nawad-an ko og kaning captured nga customer, pero nipalit gihapon sa kuha og power through res kay mas fixed siya, mas manageable, mas kuha ang imuhang mas foreseeable ang effects sa contract or benefits, pwede gihapon mo sulod ang DIO as res. So pwede ra na siya, di gyud ingon nga nawa. Okay, so let's move. Anyway, mo ni siyang timeline sa ARCOA, but ang importante diha is for Mindanao, ang target implementation will be February 26, 2024. And, kaning retail aggregation program di ay, ang ARCOA, ang sub-program ana niya is retail aggregation. For example, si Mall A, wa kaabot sa, or kaning company A, wa kaabot og 500, 300 lang siya. So, mo, hangyo siya sa isa ka branch ba, for example, kay lahi-lahi man nag-metro. Ato na lang i-aggregate, usahon na to atong demand, aron man meet na to ang threshold nga 500. Pwede ba na? Pwede. Sa retail aggregation program. So kung ma-meet niya ang minimum threshold para mo qualify nga mahimong end user sa ARCOA, pwede mo mag-aggregate og inyong demand. Okay. Ang Green Energy Option Program is the same ARCOA except that what you will get from your retail electricity supplier will be green energy. Those technologies considered as renewable. Wind, solar, hydro, wave, unsa pa nang uban diha. But those which are considered renewable energy are those capacities which you can get from GEOP or Green Energy Option Program. Okay. Next. Sige, next. Muni ang Luzon, Visayas. Watay labot. Ilahan na. Sige, next. Lagi. Watay labot po na. Sunod. Okay na. For Mindanao, ang Phase 1, tong 1 megawatt and above, 99 na nag-qualify. Phase 2, 7 to 749 kilowatt, 100. Phase 4, 490 for a total of 721. Next slide. And this is more particular to Zaneco. Muna akong giingon. Dunay duha ka end user for 1 megawatt and above, 750 to 999, 1115 as of January 2024. And I hope nga doon na pa'y additional investments nga sa Zaneco nga franchise area aron daghan pang mag-qualify. Again, don't forget there's also aggregation. Pwede mo makig-partner for that particular contract. Next, please. The DIO's role in the retail electricity market, di gid mawad-an ang DIO 100%. Kay sila mahimong, of course, mobayad ta sa ilahog distribution wheeling charges. Of course, meter service provider and NSP, and muna akong giingon sa inyo nga local res nga pwedeng mahimong supplier pod si Zaneco. And the supplier of last resort. Ug wa lagi kakuhaan ang isa ka end user, pwede siya makuha from Zaneco as the supplier of last resort. So kinahanglan lang magpa-credit para ma-authorize ang Zaneco isip supplier. Next. Pwede na tayo mag-skip, anak. Skip na lang, skip. Ha? benefits of joining ARCOA. Increased customer service, kay mas personal, kay usara ka RES, competitive rates, maka-negotiate kung sa gusto ninyo, flexible contract terms, suitable to your requirements, and innovation of value-added services o better supplier services. So, mo na yung mga kuan. But there are challenges also posed by this program. Next. Kana, stranded capacities of DUs. Unsaon naman ni kung just mention the capacity may be used by the rest of ZANECO to sell para di na siya mukuan, para magamit pa tong excess niya capacity. It may be that also another option would be to renegotiate the PSA with the GENCO para move on ang katong capacity subject of the contract. Nakasabot nasundan na ba nato? Okay. Policy and implementation gaps that we will have to discuss further when the ARCOA is launched, and lack of consumer awareness. No, this is one of the many efforts probably undertaken by ZANECO para makibawta sa ato ang choices, so that we will exercise our freedom to to pick our own supplier in the market. And I hope that ARCOA will be ARCOA has been successful, and I hope it will also give the same benefits as to those end users who will qualify for this program for the ZANECO franchise area. All right. So, okay na. Okay ba ta? Lain na ninyong tinanawan na yun. Kung apa man yung mahuman ito nag-istorya. Ayan, last. Katong WSM. Oh, balik ta sa WSM. Pwede tayo mo balhin sa WSM. Ang WSM is the wholesale electricity spot market. No, it was launched in 2022 of December, January, nagsugod yun ang pagpamaligya. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. Mao ni siya ang kuan. Pre-WSM, wa pa WSM sa Mindanao, ang generation cost sa Region 9 is 9.6640. Ang average sa whole Mindanao, 9.5127. Pero pag sud sa WSM, makapalit na sa spot market, kay lahi-lahi man ang presyo kada adlaw, kada minuto, pwede ta makapalit nga mas barato pa kaysa sa atong mga kontrata. So karon ang generation na naog na lang og 7.9250. Og ang average Mindanao, 8.8705. So kini nga mga numbers will show you that really spot market works well for the consumers. Kadi lang. So, inani na mo na yung last part sa akong istorya. Diri na po magamit ang utok o kasing-kasing sa kooperatiba. Kaya nga no, doon na yung mga kontrata nga, for example, 10 megawatts gi-enter into by the distribution utility and ZANECO. And most often than not, doon na siya ay mga mayot or minimum energy offtake. Guaranteed ba? No? Sa 10 megawatts, 50% ang mayot. So, maski ang imong magamit nga kurente for that contract, 49% lang ang imong bayran kay na may minimum, na may mayot, 50% yun imong bayran. Pwede po ka makuha og 100% nga capacity sa imong kontrata. Pero there may be times, because Western Mindanao is here, there may be times nga mas barato ang market kaysa sa imong kontrata. So, instead nga makuha ka sa katong imong free nga 50%, waon na lang nimo sa WSM kay mas barato man. For example, imong kontrata 6 pesos. Unya sa WSM at that particular day, 5 pesos. Kano mo palit man tag 6 pesos? Nga pwede man nato kambyuhan tong free nga portion ngadto sa kuan sa WSM nga mas barato pa. Yaki sa may mo decide ana kung mukuha sa WSM o dili ang distribution utility. So kinahanglan gyud po nagmalasakit. And that's how WSM works. And so far gihimo na sa ZANECO kay perting mubuan na karon sa inyong rate. Pila na yung rate? 945. Wow. Atong pakpakan ng ZANECO. So anyway, kini kay wa man jud koy chocolate, way lugod, wa gyud tanan. Tiwason. Wa po ko Gcash. Nagsige ko bitaw og ka ng register ng Gcash. Di ko kasod yun. Di ko. Ani na lang. Okay ba ninyo? Mukanta na lang ko para sa inyo, ha? Kuya. Ha? Okay na ninyo na? Painas akong tubig. Narabay ka ng mga panultihon bitaw sa kanang mga hubo-hubo. Kanang KTV ba? Kanang bang 3 songs per table. Pero usara sa akong kantahon ron. Kaya aron na katong duha, i-take out na lang ninyo or balikan na lang tamo dire. Ha? Ganahan mo kantang. Sa may inyong ganahan kanta love song? Kinsa may na ay mga minyo. Single tanan. Live na ba ta sa Facebook, di mo muangkon nga minyo mo? Kinsa ang walay asawa? Uy, kuyawang Manong Reo. Kinsay way uyab? Si Ray lang yapon o silang daghana dahil single ano eh. Anyway, kanta na lang da. Okay ra ninyo, mukanta ta. Muna lang gini akong ihalad na ko ninyo. Here's a song from George Benson. Nakakanang. Okay ra ninyo na? Hindi O sige. If you know the song, sing along ha. Pwede siguro ibalik na to. Ha? Change si Mike? Hello. Uy. Oh yeah.
Covers.
Sige. Wa may chocolate. Wa may chocolate. Okay. Pwede ipakita. Makanta man mo kapil. Para apil mo kanta.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Alexis Lombata. Thank you.
I finally know you. I can see beyond your smile. Think that I can show you the one we have is still worthwhile. Don't you know that love just like a thread that keeps unraveling, but then it ties us back together in the end. In your eyes, I can see my dreams' reflections. In your eyes, I find the answers to my questions. In your eyes, I can see the reasons why I'm not so alive. In your eyes, I'm drifting safely back to shore. And I think I finally learned to love you more. Strangers, well, the time will make us grow. Even though the winds of time will change, in a world where nothing stays the same. Through it all, our love will still remain. In your eyes, I can see my dreams' reflections. In your eyes, I find the answers to my questions. In your eyes, I can see the reasons why I'm so alive. In your eyes, we're drifting safely back to shore. And I think I finally learned to love you more. In your I can see the
kayo sa movie namin, ha? Showing na po next week. Thank you, love. Ganahan po mag-isa? Isa lang, last na lang yun. Ah? One more. Usik makain, nanata din eh. Gibiyahian pag gipulawan pag ini. One more? Oh, sige. Here's one from Gino Padilla. Uspa na uspa, kikanahan ko. Builo na ang dago. Dapat pagkantahon po ng mga babae? No, after this? Kadagang king microphone, no?
Hey, there's a look in your eyes. Must be love at first sight. You were just part of a dream, nothing more, so it seemed. But my love couldn't wait much longer. Just can't forget the picture of your smile. 'Cause every time I close my eyes, you come alive.
Come on, everybody.
The closer I get to touching you, the closer I get to loving you. Give it time, just a little more time. We'll be together. Give a little smile, a special smile. Twinkle in your eye in a little while. Give it time, just a little more time, so we can get closer. You and I love you, Zaneco. When could I love you more? So much stronger than before. Why does this seem like a dream? So much more to see. I guess I found my inspiration. With just one smile you take my breath away. So hold me close and say you'll stay with me now. The closer I get to touching you, the closer I get to loving you. Give it time, just a little more time. We'll be time, a special smile. A twinkle in your eye in a little while. Give it time, just a little more time, so we can get closer. You and I.
Thank you, Zaneco! Nag-concert bigla. Mao na gingon nila nga, ug inanay mong naong dapat talented yun ka para nakikaamot ang kalibutan na. But thank you so much, Zaneco. O, diba nag-concert? Sabi nyo kanina eh, pwede na tayong mag-karaoke. Oo nga, no? Live. Oy, live data. Yung Gcash ko pala, ano? Biglang nagka-Gcash. Thank you so much.
All right, once again, that was Attorney Alexis Lumbatan's concert. How about a thunderous applause for Attorney Alexis Lumbatan. Hapit ko nakalimot, Energy Forum din abin ako concert. Nanay ng ayog beer, Attorney, diri dapit nga side.
Ay na lang kulang.
All right. And musugot ba ta nga ato ang pambato dili mo kanta?
Yes!
Oh. All right. Mamaya na. Okay. Murag na action tag wala ka jud sa tingog ni Commissioner Alexis, no doubt. Nganong witi kayo iyang partner. A round of applause for Attorney once again. Inhale, exhale. All right. So Murag mas ganahan pa sila mukanta pa si Attorney Alexis siguro. Kisay ganahan mukanta pa si Attorney Alex. Alright, the floor is now open for your questions. We have very knowledgeable panel to address all your queries. Alright, we have here on the right side, Sir Ray.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My question is on the renewable energy. As of now, I think the world is not producing that much components to sustainable, renewable. Hello. Nabang the technology that we have now is still not capable of a sustainable renewable energy for the production of the batteries, the solar cells. Murag dili pa gyud sakto ba? And how can we address this if we have the hybrid plant in Siayan?
Thank you po for your question. So, yung question, I think, sorry, okay lang po ba if I speak in Tagalog? Okay. Kasi yung sinasabi niyo po kasi yung cost. Sorry. Ito po ay dahil mahal po ang RE technology po yan. And then itong hybrid RE solar na tinatanong niyo is paano siya ma-address yung cost. So just like any other RE facility, syempre iniintay po natin na magkaroon ng grid parity. Yung battery, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, sa application po sa ERC, medyo mahal pa siya talaga. But as far as hydro is concerned, nag-approve na po kasi si ERC ng fit rate. Tama po ba yun, sir? Tapos nag-approve na rin po siya ng solar rate. So kami po, susunod lang po kami doon sa rate ng ERC. So I think in terms of pricing, bumaba na, di ba, Aina, yung solar?
Actually, we've come a long way in terms of the pricing of the technology itself on the infrastructure. From way back, if I remember nung bago ako, nung 2010, parang gano'n, nasa 20 pesos, 25 pesos. Now we're seeing lows of like 5 pesos. Sa solar po ito ha. But I believe that more than just the pricing itself, yung cost itself, it is the ability to fix the price over a longer period of time na hindi volatile. Yung hindi tayo tinatamaan ng iba't ibang klaseng index so that you get a consistent price. Guluhan, you would see coal prices at 4 pesos, 3.50, 5 pesos, and then pumalo na mataas. So, when you talk of pricing, it's not just the cost itself, but the ability and the sustainability to price it in a more consistent level. And then secondly, of course, yung hindi natin naman malalagyan ng presyo, sustainability and to address climate change. Because fossil fuels definitely are contributory sa pag-degenerate ng ating environment, di ba? So, yun po yung nakikita natin. Technology will bring the prices down. It may take some time and what we call economies of scale. Kung meron tayong, syempre yung 50 megawatts na solar power, mas mura yun kesa sa 5. Ganon. Or yung hydro na hindi masyadong mahirap yung kanyang yung infrastructure development, no, because of the terrain and all that. Again, it's resource specific. But more than that, uulitin ko, not just the price. It's not something which our generation will see, pero ito ang ating legacy sa mga susunod na salinlahi for the next generations to come.
Yun. So ano po, just to address specifically dun sa project namin, kasi just unlike a conventional plant, ito po kasing renewable energy, VAT zero rated. So kapag, let's say, meron kayong presyo na galing po sa coal, di po ba? So meron siyang 5 pesos plus VAT of 12%. Etong renewable energy, wala po siyang VAT. Pag kinuwentan nyo na doon sa bill na nakita po natin kanina, bababa po yung VAT component ng total blended generation cost ng DU. So hindi po siya directly natin mararamdaman in the sense that it translates to a peso per peso kilowatt hour. Pero in relation to the total blended generation cost of ZANECO, then the expectation is since part of that portfolio, the generation source is now VAT zero rated, mababawasan po yung VAT component ng ating bill. Yun. Pero, sir, tama yan. I think the concern of renewable energy cost has always been the first concern in relation to our shifting to RE. But sabi nga po ni Com Aina, it's just not the cost per se. We can't wait until we achieve what we call grid parity. Meaning, when is it going to be really affordable to all of the consumers such that we are in a position to mandate only RE as the source of generation? We are slowly shifting to that. As you know, di po ba nagkaroon na ng moratorium on new coal power plants? That's actually issued by the Department of Energy in October 27, 2020. And among all of the conventional power plants, coal is actually the base load. Siya yung malaking source ng supply natin. So kung wala na pong bagong coal, then we will have to rely on existing coal with the demand increasing. Saan po tayo kukuha ng bagong generation source? We can only get that from new technology, and the expectation is that all of these new facilities will be from renewable energy. So we're slowly getting there, and this yung Alsons po kasi we're actually a pioneering company in the sense that we like to explore new technologies and how to really help our customers bring down the cost. So this is really one of the efforts that we have thought of to see if we can replicate it elsewhere, because we're also doing hydro projects elsewhere. So if it's successful and we are able to help ZANECO in a significant way, then we'll be able to multiply this RE project across, siguro not just Mindanao, but Visayas po. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Sir Ray, for that question. And thank you, Attorney Lumen, for your answer, and also Attorney Aina. All right, the floor is open for another query. I think we have on the right side. Ms. Shai, please.
Little mic test. Okay. Good afternoon to each and everyone. I am Rosita de los Nieves, the Municipal Treasurer of Liloy, Zamboanga del Norte, and I am representing the LGU. My question is addressed to General Manager, and this is just a sort of inquiry. Actually, I hope it will not be offended nga makapangutana jud ko ani ma'am kabahin sa amuang bill sa ZANECO. Actually, my brother is connected in ZANECO, and I was also connected year 1994 in ZANECO. Sa kadaghan sa atoang gibayran ma'am, Naay generation system, EVAT, but an inquiry, I hope nga naani pud sa uban, real property tax, which is 0.0107, and the consumption usage is 247 kilowatt. Tuna CI 2.62. This is a bill in ZANECO Liloy. So I hope nga ma-explain po ni kay so far in our group chat sa mga municipal treasurer, wala kuno ni sa ilahang bill. Kana lang, inquiry lang, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Ano ni siya, ma'am? Kaning naman gyud tay mga, how would you call it, real property si Zaneco, no, nga mga ownership. And these local government units are authorized to tax on real property tax pursuant to a sangguniang panlalawigan resolution nga gi-adapt sa kada munisipyo para mupataw sila og real property tax. Now, dili pud na siya namo pwedeng ma-impose just like i-impose siya namo diretsyo. Kinahanglan pa sad may magpadana sad ana og communication ni ERC nga kining for example si Sindangan, no? Nag-pass on siya og for example 100,000 nga real property tax. Di po na siya namo pwedeng basta ma-impose kang Sindangan member consumer owners unless makapadasad mig kopya na sa ERC nga pursuant to a local resolution, sangguniang bayan resolution o katong provincial board resolution na ay gi-authorize nga i-collect ang sangguniang panlalawigan or ang sindangan nga munisipyo og real property tax. Amo gina siyang i-pass on sa konsumante gumikan kay that is what the law dictates. We are allowed to pass it on sa konsumante kay lagi ang nahabilin kang Zaneco is ang DSM lang, distribution, supply, and metering, which will basically answer or cover the cost on the aspect of operations. Now, to answer your question, nganong wala pa ang uban nga munisipyo, tungod ma'am kay wala pa mi nakasubmit kang ERC adtong required nga kanang sangguniang bayan resolution supporting nga nanguliktag sila na mugtax og ilang gi-adapt ang resolution sa sangguniang panlalawigan. So, katong nakuhaan na namo og kopya, na file na namo kang ERC, didto na mi ga-impose sugod og kolekta og tax. And there might be cases also nga wala siya ana nga munisipyo gumikan kay wa mi real property diha. So wa naningil. Naningil si Liloy man ta, ma'am, no? Yes, because naatay dakong property sa Liloy. If I'm not mistaken, 3 hectares ba nang nasa Liloy na to? 3 kape, no? Atong Liloy. And then we have substations there also. So this one, we are liable to pay real property tax sa municipality of Liloy. We only have to prove nga nanguliktag yun mo na mo. Mubayad yun ni sa Liloy. Pero ang among gibayad sa munisipyo sa Liloy, amo nang i-pass on sa mga konsumante. After na mo, ha? Yes, nag-advance gyud mig payment kom. Mag-advance gyud dayon mag-comply gyud mi adtong resolution i-furnish gyud nami copy si ERC. Unless dili pod mi maka-furnish adto ni ERC, di sad mi kapangulikta. But of course, ga-advance gyud mi og bayad kay naman tay 20% discount sa December. Kung mag-early payment ka, na may 20% nga discount, di ba? But we can support it man through documents. Pero mo pass on rami ana as soon as we notify ERC. So, for other municipalities, basin walay real property dito si Zaneco. Munang wala sila'y component sa real property tax. But for Liloy, naaman tayo substations ug mga yuta dito. So, nagit tayo pass on nga real property tax. Yes, from the area concerned. So, kung asa na ay real property tax, or real property, tahanin mo tax. Like for example, Dapitan, we have substations sa Dapitan, natayuta sa Dapitan, mangulikta man ni si Dapitan na mo og real property tax. So, mubayad, migpingkasan every December. Pero di sad na namo mapass on, hangtod namin supporting document sa ERC, nga gikuliktahan mi ani nga LGU, on, ana nga particular nga area. Thank you.
Thank you, GM. Thank you, ma'am, for that query. Another, please. We have there on the center.
Good afternoon, panelists. I am Toto Doron po from Phil Cement. It's actually in partnership now with Petra, and we will be operating the plant. So the first question is goes to GM and the attorney from Alson Cement. The Siayan project, you said, will go on stream in the coming months. My first question is, what is the impact in terms of cost of that project from the 9.45 pesos per kilowatt hour? Bababa ba yun siya or still the same? That's the first question. The second question is, in Cement, we are planning to double the capacity from the previous deliverance by the Petra, and so it goes also in proportionate with power. I understand that Mindanao has surplus of power, so there's no problem, but it's the reliability of the utilities that we are also concerned about. So that goes to GM.
Okay, thank you, sir. I hope correct me if I'm wrong with my answers, huh? My very intelligent staff. But really, sir, the intention is always to lower down the rate, no? But as to your question whether our contract with Cheyenne Hydropower will increase or decrease the rate, I can only tell you that the intention is really to lower it. Because as previously explained, being a DU, blended among rate. So, for example, like right now, our base load, ang base load nato katong gipasabot ganina nila na moy gyoy kanang base nato, source atong kuryente is GN Power. Coal base na siya. TSI, coal, Sarangani, coal. So kung mulihok ang kuryente sa imong coal, kintahayag barato si Cheyenne Hydro sa iyahang mix nga hydro ug solar, affected gihapon atong price. But the beautiful thing, having Cheyenne Hydro in our franchise area, it is embedded. In terms of the reliability of the electricity, I believe medyo mas naagid tay source karon kay embedded naman siya sa atong area. And in fact, that's the thrust, I think, of DOE and NEA to encourage all DUs na dapat natay embedded nga renewable plant or power plant sa ato ang mga areas. So, muna siya akong ikasturya ni sa rate, sir. The idea is it should lower our cost because that is renewable energy. However, we were discussing during lunchtime, ganina, nga the problem there is this is perhaps the first time, I'm not sure kung Alexis, no, nga ang gi-apply sa ERC, kaning, sitaw gani, duha, mix bitaw siya, combination siya. Kay normally, kung mag-apply tag power supply mo, magpa-approve tag power supply agreement sa ERC, hydro lang siya nga renewable energy. Or solar lang siya nga hydro nga kanang renewable energy. Kani siya hybrid. It's solar and hydro. That is why si Attorney Lumen ganina was discussing problema sila present sa rate sa ERC because it might come up a little bit higher considering medyo taas-taas ang rate sa solar yata compared to the hydro. So to answer your question, sir, it will still depend. Oh, okay, sige. Sa blended rate, in terms of ZANECO, nga bear in mind nga, for example, sa atong 50 megawatt nga demand, ang supplied, ang kontrata nga, naka-kontrata ta kang Cheyenne Hydro is only 10 megawatt. So, ang 40 ana, plus minus, we still get it to our other bilateral contracts, plus the possibility of trading it sa WESM.
Thank you, Jim. Sorry. If I add on what GM said, I understand, and this is always a concern, a question that arises during this forum. No, the objective of everyone, including us, generation companies, is to really bring down electricity costs because, in essence, what makes us competitive. Let's just put that as the first assumption. So when we do make an offer in relation to the power supply to any distribution utility, the cost is always a driving force. However, there are certain instances that cost is also, some other factors also come into play. I think the mention of embedded generation facility, this is what we've been trying to do or we've been doing with all our other customers simply because there is also another issue that we want to address, and that is actually the voltage regulation and stability of the distribution utility system. And that is for hydro projects. So pag tiningnan nyo po yung the way that we have designed the hydropower project, we're trying to address not only the provision, I mean, we want to provide renewable energy power, but we also want to address other concerns such as, yun nga po, yung the fact that I think in that area, there was a mention earlier that yung substation for Siyayan, it's supposed to king or an offer. So that's first. Second, kung ano man po yung rate, I cannot say for sure because we have not yet signed the power supply agreement with ZANECO, and that power supply agreement and that rate would have to go through several hurdles. So yung first hurdle po is to actually have that approved by the National Electrification Administration. Pag na-approve na po ni NEA yung rate and the other terms of the PSA, we will still need to go through a rigorous process. Ano po yun? That's the ERC application. So sa ERC, when we file a power supply agreement, it is a job to prove to the ERC that our rate is reasonable. Ang isa po sa mga requirements for the rate case application is yung sinasabi nga ni Ay na sa akin kanina na rate impact simulation. Makikita nyo po doon because the ERC will call for a public consultation. Ito po, similar to this, it's going to be published in a newspaper of general circulation. Although ngayon, so far, yung ERC kasi virtual hearings na yung ginagawa. But before, this used to be, di ba ganito, this type of hearing. So, doon sa hearing na yon, dalawang klase, the expository presentation and the pre-trial, magkakaroon po kayo ng chance sa lahat to really understand what the offer is and what the impact to ZANECO will be. Bearing in mind that aside from the actual rate, you will also enjoy, as the host community of this power project, the other benefits that I mentioned. Meaning, you will get a share in all of the taxes that you will be paying. You will actually be getting a share in ER1-94. In some of the instances, it is going to be an actual benefit to the consumers yourselves because the ER1-94 share of, for example, the local government unit or the distribution utility will have to be used in projects that directly benefit the community. So kung meron po kayong kailangan, for example, na improvement sa area nyo in terms of whatever, and for the LGU's livelihood projects, you can use the, let's say, the indirect benefit that will be derived from the generation facility within your area as another, let's say, reason why renewable energy will actually be parang acceptable or used in the ZANECO franchise area. I hope that answers your question, sir.
Og mustorya ko mura naginighiring sa ERC kinanay aplikante na intervenor, consumer, na regulator. Sorry, ingon ani tama ho yung sinabi ni Attorney Lumen that a PSA undergoes a rigorous process. And that is the job of the ERC to take a look at this PSA, evaluate it. Among those submissions that we require from joint application of the distribution utility and the GENCO, it's a rate impact analysis. And we do not only zoom in to the cost, I mean, kung reasonable ba, bababa, tataas. Of course, we're sensitive to pagtaas, but we see it as a whole so that actually the evaluation takes around more than a year. But of course, ang ERC, mo-issue ng provisional authority aron mapadagan na ang planta. But most importantly also, we take a look at if this plant or if this contract will contribute to the reliability aspect of the distribution also since this is embedded. So, tanan, tukion gyud na, tan-awon, silipon gyud na, ugani, parte sa due process requirements sa isa ka rate case would be the publication, kung kano sa may mong publication sa maong application, and then public consultation. And we urge, of course, the stakeholders, the MCO, and other consumers, if they have something to say, they must engage into a meaningful participation pag-abot sa kontrata. Kay lisod kaayo, nag-agree na si ERC that this particular contract really is to the advantage of the MCO. Pag abot mo, doon na nagyaw-yaw dito, sus Ginoo ko. But really, the way cases are so requires a lot of rigorous and requires a lot of it's just not compliance of due process that you are heard or participate in the hearing. Daghan kina sa aspeto diha na kinahanglan sundon gina sa mga aplikante. And then you will see whether this particular contract redounds to the benefit of the MCO and therefore is reflected in the unsa. Daghan motong ningon ko gani ha nga kining if you have WESM and if you have PISAM also, kini po ni among the contracts, I mean the PISAM o muni mga factors nga makapababa. Okay, if for example any other contract, for example kining contract karon diri sa unsa, kung mas mubo gyud ang kuan, mas mubo gyud ang katong sa WESM, kuha ta sa WESM. O mutaas ang WESM ari takuha sa atong mga existing contract. So kanang pinaka-effective o competitive gyud nga price at a particular time. And kinsa may mudiktar ana ang ZANECO. And so far it has done a good job. So thank you.
Well, thank you so much to our panel for the answer. And Sir Ray wrote an additional question from the Hall of Justice addressed to Attorney Aina.
The question actually, there's two parts. No, I will answer it. The first question is, who will determine the lifeline beneficiaries? And then there is a sub-question about informal settlers. So let me first address the who determines the lifeline beneficiaries. The lifeline beneficiary has been determined ang requirements in a joint resolution by the DOE, the ERC, and the DSWD. So there are parameters to it, and that is where they indicated that you have to be either a 4-piece recipient, or if you are not a 4-piece recipient but you fall within the threshold and you are able to get a certification from the Social Welfare Development Office where you reside in. It also kanina I was discussing that you don't have to be, well, the default is that the meter has to be in the name of the beneficiary. Pwede rasad gyud basta dunay proof nga siya maoy naay ang presence in the dwelling place. Pwede ra if the marginal end user is in the household. So part of and then the proof is either leasing, kung dili iyaha, gilease niya, or a barangay certification. Okay? This is a joint circular by the DOE, the ERC, and the DSWD, because the law itself, the 115552, was the one that determined and said na, oy time pa, kinahanglan nato i-determine og kinsa ning mga marginal end users. So mana determine nila. Now, on the question about informal settlers, we have what we call the Magna Carta for residential consumers. Na adinha og unsay balaod, unsay mga rules og kinsay pwede nga mo apply or kinsay butangan og kuryente sa mga electric utilities. There are also requirements whether you own the property, you own the land, or there is some kind of lease inana. For informal settlers, it is still recognized, especially if there is an LGU certification. Di ba naman tayo mga informal settlers nga na barangay certification? Remember, kuan ni ha, ato gyapon ni mga botante. So we cannot just kick them out. Remember also that the distribution utilities, electric co-op, dili na siya mahimo mo decide by themselves. Na, oy, dili ka mo tagiyaan ang ayuta, pahawa mo. Just by the mere, kanana ang naay mo presentar bitaw nga ako ng yuta, putli na ninyo. No. There is a process to that. Actually, they will require a valid and legal order from an office with authority. Kuan lang sad ha, dili gani mahimo basta moingon ang mayor papahawaan na ninyo. Dili sa naman. Actually, what we're looking for is a court order. Kay ngano, sila mo'y mabibingka ana. Sila mo'y mabibingka. So for now, ang kaning atuang mga lifeliner beneficiaries they're already there. They just now need to prove kung mag-continue pa ba sila as a lifeliner. And that's where the certification comes in. Maanang ato. Dili na nila tanaw dili ta mo balik sa uno nga oy wa kay titulo sa yutay na. The default is to assume unless proven otherwise by a valid and competent authority. Sakto ko ana GM, ISD. Di ba? Muna ito ang kuan. As to the determination sa threshold, it's the ERC. Pero that will go through a process again. Estudyuhan pa og kining 50% for 20 ay for 5 sa kanang scale bitaw is still appropriate para sa ilaha.
Thank you so much, Attorney Aina. We are now down to our last two questions for our open forum. Please kindly raise your hand. Wala na po ba? Last two. All right. We have here on the middle.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Anthony Inoy from City Mall, Biglod. My question is for the ARCOA, sir. So, if we want to avail that, sir, so how do we proceed from here? Do we contact the power supplier of our DU or use the DU now as the rest so that we can contact them?
Wa pa man gini na launch dire, no? But of course, tungod sa freedom nga ihatag ana sa inyo as end user, pwede mo enter into a contract with ZANECO as an RES, retail electricity supplier, or any other RES. Think I have data also, pero wala lang ako napil sa ako ang presentation ganiha. But there are several RES nga mga kumpanya unya madugangan pagid na inig-launch sa atoang ARCOA. And with the launching of ARCOA, there will be more information campaign nga himuon sa ARC o sa DOE. Kay kini man gyud ang atong advance because sa effectiveness sa Luzon o Visayas. And of course, before you enter into I will not have an exact idea of what the contents of these contracts kay di mo na gigud sa amo sa ARC. But nevertheless, mo nay nakanindot pod sa ARCOA or RES contracts nga it is so free nga pwede ra mo mag-negotiate og maski unsang terms or price negotiation nga paghimuon ninyo nga mo fit gyud sa inyo ha, like for example sa City Mall.
I just also want to add kay kining ARCOA during my time bag-o pa niya, grabe kayo ang challenge, and I see that now also with the launching of retail competition and open access in Mindanao. Things to remember. Number one, your electric utility, you can actually remain captive because di ba it is still kananaang voluntary. Pwede ra gyud og di ka ganahan, naara gyud ka diri, dili ka ma-contestable customer. But once you opt to become part of retail competition and open access, you will now ask your distribution utility for a certification of contestability. That certification of contestability is an announcement to the world of retail electricity suppliers na, pwede na namo siya baligyaan. Ang katong giingon ni Com Alexis na retail electricity suppliers can be new or old, operating within Mindanao or even to a based in Luzon or Visayas. Your electric utility as a local retail electricity supplier can only sell to contestable customers within their franchise area. Okay? When you enter into a retail electricity supply contract, you actually have the option, ang katong giingon ni Com Alexis, di man na mo agi na mo ang inyong kontrata. Doon na lay gibutang si ERC nga basic template og mga tan-awon bitaw ninyo so that you know. But you are free to contract price and term. Okay, duration and term. Daghang naigo nga retail electricity suppliers during the katubitang pagsaka sa presyo kay nakuan naman sila, na-lock in man sila sa presyo nila, kung hay, 4 pesos, kung sus kay na 11 pesos or na 12 pesos man. So naay, di ba, naay dispute resolutions karon no?
Yes, pending
In the-
karon.
Pending in the ERC.
But because of those cases, nagpagawas po dayon og advisory ang kuan, ang Energy Regulatory Commission. Na in the meantime, pag di mo kabayad pa because of kanang inyong bangi diha, you can switch RES.
Yes. Switching in the retail electricity, retail competition and open access can actually be every month. Pero pwede sad mo magpalock-in o gusto mo 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. That's why you have to study it very well. In other jurisdictions, ang retail competition and open access is down to the household level already. Sa tua pa siya sa mga big loads nato. Because they are the ones who can actually see the cost benefit of going into contestability.
Ako na yung last. I will shamelessly promote the fact that Alsons has a RES company. Hindi po yun Hindi, we obtained the RES license for Mindanao subject to the implementation of ARCOA. But setting that aside, sir, as a customer, yung first nga po na kailangan yung i-determine, sabi nga ni Com Aina, is you will actually be issued a certificate of contestability. So that means you have to determine whether you fall in the threshold. Kung hindi po kayo magfo-fall sa threshold requirement, then you have to look for other people or parang other LGU siguro na meron threshold requirements, isasama-sama nyo po siya. That is when the retail aggregation program is already in place. So the right to switch, I don't know if that is actually going to be implemented, Alexis. Diba merong revised ARCOA rules that the ERC will release. So in that revised ARCOA rules, they are addressing the question on what standard capacities will be, etc. And also giving consumers the right to switch at any time. So the 30-day, subject to only a 30-day notice. Tapos yung mga sinasabi natin na lock-in, kasi ginagawa kasi ng ibang RES, ginagawa niyang parang PSA, na kapag nag-terminate ka early, di ba meron siyang net present value payment. Di ba parang bumili ka po ng cellphone, pag hindi mo nabayaran or pag na-miss mo yung payment something, babayaran mo yung lahat. Ganon. Or lumipat ka. Ganon din po yung ginagawa ng ibang RES. So ngayon po, yung ERC, doon po sa revised rules nila, binabawal na po nila yon. So, ibig sabihin, pag na-implement na po itong rules na to, yung choice talaga is going to be with you. And talagang ang only way na magiging magiging determination nyo is the price. Ano po yung price? Dalawa lang yung choices nyo. It's an all-in price kapag kumontrata kayo sa RES. Kasi, di ba, sabi ni Com Alexis, meron po siyang pinipirmahan na Distribution Wheeling Service Agreement. Di ba? Yung DWSA. So, you can choose to get your RES to also pay that to the DU, tapos bibigay lang sa inyo one rate. Meaning, eto na, kasama na lahat to, NGCP, DU, etc. Okay, ganun po, pwede. That's the first one. That's actually called the bundled bill. So, pag ayaw nyo naman, gusto nyo kayong magbayad, pumunta kayo sa NECO, magbabayad po kayo dito ng DWSA, pwede rin po yun. So, lahat ng components of your supply under an ARCOA regime or RES is really going to be within your control. And that's really the essence of ARCOA po. Yun. Thank you. Thank you po So, yung na-mention ko lang yung Alsons RES.
Thank you, sir, for that question. Okay, we're now down to our last question.
Yes, good afternoon. Actually, I'm Herman Nagpawa from the Samsureco, to yung neighbor natin sa ZANECO. Well, sa isip ko kasi, yung ARCOA, might be kung ilalagay ko yung sa SWOT, it will be the letter T, the threat. Kasi nga, while we have already a contract with a generator, then pag umalis na yung load namin na malaki doon, it might affect our capacity with regards to the contract. So definitely, kung titingnan natin din sa kuan, it might have a lower kuan namin sa demand. So, paano ba yon during the time na magkakaroon ng ARCOA? Do we have the opportunity also to amend the contract we had with the PSA? Ganun lang po.
Sir, the PSA may or may not contain those provisions which allow the parties to renegotiate for the lowering of capacity. Kung wala na siya, sir, pwede po mo, ang inyong option is that, atong ingon na ko kaniha, you sell the excess capacity in the as local rest. So pwede po mo mabaligya nga to sa e-use. Or you can sell it to SM ang inyong excess. Just like what ZANECO is, I think, doing now. So muna inyong mga options, sir. Awat na ko ni-discuss these options kay basin taas ra pud kaya kong discussion. I will give you, sir, my materials. Ako i-forward nimo aron do na kay mabasa-basa. Okay, thank you.
Can I also just add, sir, tanawan ninyo balik ang inyong contract. But if not, then there are other options. Gian.
Thank you very much. This has nothing to do with the question of from Samsureco too, pero that was the last question. Ano? I forgot to tell every one of you na very recently, the administrator informed us that I'm gonna take the opportunity because the representative from Samsureco too is here. Madugangan ng ato ang franchise area. So for the 3rd district, the representative of Congressman Ayan Amatong is here. We badly need your help because NEA, I think with the approval already of ERC, albeit it's just a verbal agreement, we will be adding in our franchise area or territorial jurisdiction SSB. So, masa na to? Siocon, Siraway, Sibuco, and Baligian. Not to say anything about Samsureco too, but they have really problems in terms of how to ilag moratorium na to. Pero gipahibalo na nako ninyo daan nga paningkamutan kay na natong tanan o kinahanglan nako ang inyohang tabang kay I am not aware but I'm pretty sure taas atong system loss didto. Wa kay ko na aware sa atong mga distribution lines didto. Even the collection efficiency is problematic. So I beg your understanding. This is just an advance information. Wala na ko ninaingon ganina but I'm taking this opportunity sa atong Energy Forum to let you know in advance nga ZANECO will be facing a new challenge for this new areas nga ihatag sa atua. And the usual, I'm asking the support of the provincial government and the LGU's concern. Kadto lang siya. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you so much, GM. And once again, much to everyone that participated in the open forum. How about a round of applause for yourselves, please? And another round of applause for our panel of speakers. And at this time, let's acknowledge and celebrate the active participants and the contributors of this forum. It is time for the to invite our ZANECO Board President Director Ganio to help us present these plaques to our speakers. And to our participants, our friendly usherettes will hand over your certificates directly at your table. So we'll give out this first plaque. The Zamora Norte Electric Cooperative award this plaque of appreciation to Attorney Alexis M. Lumbatan in grateful acknowledgement in his distinguished and valuable service rendered as guest speaker during the ZANECO Energy Forum with a theme, Empowering Tomorrow, a platform for secure, innovative. Thank you so much, Attorney Alexis M. Lumbatan. Same certificate of appreciation is awarded to Attorney Josefina Patricia Magpale Azirit. A round of applause, please. Thank you so much, Attorney Aina. Thank you for your soap and for your chocolates. And another same plaque of appreciation will be awarded to Attorney Lumen P. Balboa. A round of applause for Attorney Lumen, please. And you also have a token from ZANECO. Thank you so much, Director Armando Biliganio and General Manager, Attorney Jordan Chan Antonio. Now it's time for our closing remarks, and FYI, we will have our photo ops right after the closing remarks. As we draw the curtains on this energy forum, let us hear the closing remarks from one of the key contributors in ZANECO. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our Dipolog Area Services Department Manager, Mr. Ronald A. Lapinig. A round of applause, please.
Thank you, Carl. I am worried with the time. Hapit ng Piligrod oras ko. Commissioner Lumbatan, Commissioner Magpali Asirit, Attorney Lumin, President Biliganyo, Attorney Jordan, representatives from local government units, big loads customers, and I have seen that we have the presence of in person Mayor Adasa of Mutya. Mayor, we also have Mayor Samoa gini kom wagi lipod-lipod ani. Pag brown out ani mulingit ini Samoa batay palong na mabod me. Mayor Mihias, Mayor Minghapon, and various representatives of the local government unit, good afternoon. During recess, there was a questions raised directed to at Commissioner Lumbatan, of course, Commissioner Patricia, whether or not Attorney Lumbatan and former Commissioner Patricia Asirit is also representing the showbiz industries. Well, anyway, you know, the very first time we visit the ARC together with GM Jordan, the first year, we are quite amazed because it is Attorney Lumbat who entertained ZANECO personnel with a lunch. Anyway, salamat kay Stanan Kom. And from them there on, we managed to decrease our rates at 9 pesos per kilowatt hour. Hopefully, we could sustain that power rates. Well, what is this forum all about? Well, very simple. We consider that ZANECO is a one big family. And a family needs to talk in order to handle all the challenges that we have. Under the post-EPIRA regime, we have the challenge of privatizations, we have the challenge of ARCUA, we have the challenge of franchise renewal, and so on and so forth. We need to hear from our various stakeholders and also to our almost 200,000 member consumer owners of the Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperatives, from Dipolog, Dapitan, down to Gotalak, Labason, and soon to be, announce sa mga GM. I don't know if malipay ba mi or muyak ba mi nga soon to be Triple SB will be under the franchise area of the Zamboanga del Norte Electric Cooperatives. Palaban na siguro ko ni Mayor Mihias, yor, kuyog niya tag Triple SB, yor. Well, we need to talk and we need to hear from you because under the post-EPIRA regime, as ZANECO, we need a strong leader that drive the course of the electric cooperatives, and thanks to the leadership of Attorney Jordan, thanks to the leadership of President Biliganyo, and together with the Board of Directors, we have Board of Directors Julitan. Palikod, tindog po gamay board. Pinakagwapa na mga Board of Directors. We also have Director Briones. We also have Director, naman to si Director Mabanag. We also have Director Mabanag, and we are happy to inform you that within a short period of time, with the leadership of Attorney Jordan, ZANECO become a AAA electric cooperative. Okay, thank you so much. And we could see that we have been conducting a continuing massive information drive every day with our ISD. And we prioritize that this day we will be having a energy forum to our higher voltage customers and the local government units because we need your support. Earlier, GA mentions that we are implementing the city electrification program from the national government funds, and we cannot implement this project efficiently without the support of the local government units because we need the electrical permits from the local government units. Usaon man mong linya nga na-construct dito, walay permit nga ihatag ang local government. So, pasalamat na daan mi ni Mayor Mejias, pasalamat na daan mi ni Mayor Adasa, kay bisan pagdili mo nga suporta gini sila gyud. And to all the local government units, we have a representative from the city government. Ma'am, representative of Mayor Darrell, we have representative from the city government of Dapitan, we have representative from Dakak, we have representative from, itong Dikume. Nawa, nagdikume? Kumusta na itong kupra dito? We have representative from City Mall and stakeholders of the electric cooperative. Thank you so much and stay safe. God bless.
Thank you so much. That was our Dipolog Area Services Department Manager, Mr. Ronald Lapinig. And now, may I invite all the participants for our photo opportunity. May I request the usherates to please guide our participants here in the front, please. May I request everyone to please proceed here in front for our photo opportunity. Our usherates, please guide our participants. We invite everyone here in front. Yes, well, our guests, our speakers, just stay here, GM, on stage. And the participants will stay here. All right, let's go. Yes, and we will send soft copies to all of our participants. And for your additional questions and queries, you can send them at our official Facebook page, ZANECO Inc. Once again, all our participants, please proceed here in front for our photo opportunity. Please do not go home yet.